off by unmuting,
Okay.
and then hitting record on the WebEx. And then I'm going to put my backup recorder going.
Kimberly, do you want to also do
Well, let me see if I can do it, just because of how this room is set up, I
Yeah.
would like to
Oh,
over
all
there.
right.
And that way, it presents as the commission and say nothing. As I said, if you don't like how things are working, we can let folks know.
Yes, ma'am. All
That goes
right.
for
Holler if you feel like you're.
Paul, and I might just throw the mouse at you.
That's how we're bad. And if the rhythm of the meeting change, Kimberly, by all means, say something.
Yeah, we'll do, part of it is I'll probably be up to call applicants.
Yeah.
Yeah, or we can figure out how that works.
So, yeah, we can always help you too, already, besides.
Was it? All right, so before we're all present, Sean, I'm gonna hand it over to you so we can pick things.
Okay, awesome. Well, I want to call to order, the August 2025 Victorian Village, hearing. So our next business meeting will be Wednesday, August 27th, 2025, at 12 p.m. noon, and that's going to be at 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 205, which is the room that we're in. Our next hearing will be Wednesday, September 10th, 2025, at 4 p.m., 111 North Front Street, second floor, room 205.
I'm gonna make a correction, that'll actually be 141.
Okay.
So that's
We're gonna go back.
my fault. yes.
No, it's okay. So we'll be back in the room adjacent to the parking room.
Yes,
Awesome. Okay,
unless things change, and then I'll let everybody know, hopefully a little less.
okay, thank you. Go ahead and swear in staff. Go ahead and state your name.
Kimberly Bernard-Sheedy,
Do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Thank you, Kimberly. Introduction of commissioners present.
Kevin Persick, Reed Sprite, Tim Scar.
Sean Conyers. All right, overview of hearing format. Anything that you need to say since we're live streaming today?
Not since we're live streaming, we'll kind of take it as it is, since this is a different space and
Yep.
it's like a different setup.
We're here together. Overview, let's see, public forum. So I don't think there's no public.
No
forum
public
today.
forum today.
And then, Kimberly, so approval to staff approval. So is there a motion, team?
Motion for approval of staff approvals.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion at all? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Kimberly, can we run down and see if there's any?
If you would like to follow along, starting on page 10 with 1145 North High Street, 349 West Second Avenue, 193 West Fourth Avenue, 992 Delaware Avenue, 224 West Third Avenue, 955 Delaware Avenue, 11 to 27 West Star Avenue, and 325 West Hubbard Avenue. And since I'm at the end of the agenda, just an update, a new business item was added to the business. So,
I'll make sure we kind of carry it. So, approval of minutes from the last meeting, which was the July 9th hearing. Is there a motion, team?
Motion to approve the July minutes as submitted.
Yeah, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion at all? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So turn it over to you. Kimberly, for staff.
so I'm having everybody do that. No, you actually had good timing. I'm gonna call the first one. So I'm application number 1, which is 34 West Poplar Avenue. We'll circle back to that one, so we're gonna have number 3, Victor Avenue.
That was number 1.
Yes.
Sorry, space.
Yeah, right over here. I wish this would go a little smoother, but dealing with the fun and the
We adjust, we adapt, right?
spaces.
Yes, indeed, yes, indeed. Afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon.
All right, so as you're getting set up, I will do the staff report here, and then I'll go to the materials. So application number 3 is 1193 Hunter Avenue. This is to install 10 solar panels on the garage and 4 on the house. The electric would connect to the existing utility meter. Commissioners at the business meeting requested more photos of the existing conditions, specifically the house. They need to see angles of the house roof, as they believe solar panels would be visible from some different angles. Photos from the sides, particularly down the street, would be helpful. Photos should include a photo from the side of the house, looking back towards the property / garage. Commissioners wanted to know if the conduits and associated materials would be routed on the exterior or put into the structure. The commission has previously requested that the panels are plugged to the roof. The combiner boxes either within the garage or the main building, and trenching won't disturb roots of any trees or planting from the property. HBO staff considered the roof structures a contributing architectural feature, and any solar panels put on them should be minimally visible. Panels on the house would not be supported with the proposed placement, as that would be easily seen from the right of way. Panels behind the cross gable or on the rear addition would be more appropriate. The front porch and rear additions of the roof were replaced in 2008. The roof of the main house was replaced without approval in 2003. The commission should discuss that the condition of the existing roof need to be taken into consideration. Staff recommends continuation of the application to allow for the reviews to design to better reflect the background. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116/2011, these standards for alteration, as well as the Victorian Village Guidelines on roof, and the National Park Services Bulletin on solar panels and historic preservation.
Thank you. Can you state your name, sir, and I get you sworn in?
Absolutely. My name is John McNamara.
Perfect. Will you agree to the truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, sir. Turn it over to you for any thoughts, based upon staff's kind of, report.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a program in conjunction with the city. So the city's been running a program called Switch Together. Really doing a cohort of solar projects all the way across the city. So we would be looking to install as part of that project, that's part of Solar United Neighbors. City of Columbus has been on it as well. We would be using black on black panels with black railing. So we do these things to minimize the visibility of the system. We will certainly route any conduit will be out of visible. We will have some conduit, but it'll be down through the back of the house that we would be bringing that through and would not be visible at the front. The same with the disconnect that is required by the electrical code will be placed at the back of the house. There's a minimal amount of visibility of the panels on the roof from the front, and the remainder of the panels would go on the garage in the back of the house.
Anything else?
Not that I can think of, but if there are any questions, certainly, very, very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Of course.
Okay. Just open it up with this couple items, locations, and those, we can, I think everybody's pretty much aware of the well system to, think about what just have tackle, the series of questions and then make sure we get them.
Well, first of all, I appreciate the updated imagery. I think it's telling, and it's kind of, I think, putting in what we suspected. Makes sort of stand up a little bit. Is the main house portion, that portion we're very visible from the right of way. And
Sure.
Well, that's what we're trying to mitigate
Sure.
here. So I think, generally speaking, it's showing support for the solar system,
Mhm.
but its location is really important. So I don't know if you want to talk at all about the viability of that west facing portion of the house.
Yeah, the challenge that we have with the house is that there's a lot of old tree growth around there, and so it does provide some shading. We had some concerns about putting it towards the western side of the house just because of that tree shading. I think we'd be certainly happy to revisit that if the concern is the aesthetics of the street. And also, we can take the system down. I think we have 14 panels on here with 10 on the garage and 4 up on the house. And if the direction came back that we could get the garage approved, but we wouldn't be able to do the house, we'd certainly be able to, we'd have to consult with the customer, make sure that they were fine with that, but we would be open to reducing it down to those 10 panels on the garage.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I think on the topic of visibility from the street, I don't think it's so much a question of the main house versus the garage, but the portion of the main house that's most visible for the street. And I think staff's recommendation to explore adding panels behind the cross gable closer to the backyard
Okay.
is something I would agree is more appropriate than what is being proposed here. That portion of the house may actually better sunlight access than the garage. I think, we could make a motion to continue the application so that you could, possibly submit that next time around.
Okay.
Behind the sort of cross gable, because I think that's much less visible from the street.
Yeah, as I'm looking at it from our oversight software, a house, I believe 2 doors down has a really significantly large tree that I think would be challenging to it from, production. The value proposition for the customer really drops off when you've got something that's under that amount of shade. We'll absolutely take a look at it. Our intention is to help the customer deliver this benefit to them. And so we're happy to explore any other alternative designs on it.
No, I agree with, I think I mentioned the west, but I agree that, that gable is. Cross gable is.
So, so it seems like we're gonna go ahead and continue the application.
Okay,
That would allow you to, kind of update, all of the information for that following month. I think one of the things that would be helpful is that next round.
Mhm.
It seems like there are a few options
Sure.
that potentially may come out of the strategy.
sure.
Don't hesitate, to basically, if there's an understanding of the value related to those, that could help us to the conversation. We know that there are always these little nuances related to like textually, et cetera, so please feel comfortable doing that.
Okay,
And then it would be helpful, since seems like there's a kind of a bigger strategy, and such, to be able to give us maybe a section or something like that that happens, that really shows on the back, the conduit, how that is going to either go through the soffit and into the structure,
sure.
or if it's gonna wrap around the box gutters or things of that nature. I think what we're looking for is that it doesn't loop or umbrella around
Around
the box.
it.
We want it to kind of go into the structure
Okay,
and then poke up vertically. So just to try to be as sensitive as we can to those kind of historic performances. So,
may I ask a curious question?
yes,
The front section of the house where we have it currently, is that no-go? Like, we should not present that as an option in that subsequent meeting? Like, is there no opportunity for it in that space, even if the efficiency of the,
I think it's more so, I think the staff's point is to use the right of it. I think
Sure.
that's right now, currently, the first iteration, it's not responsive in that regard,
sure,
which is a high priority.
Yeah.
And so I think that the other options, we need to mitigate that initial feedback from staff.
okay, so we're saying don't continue with an
That's
option
right.
on the front section?
That's right.
Okay,
That's a
wonderful,
great
wonderful.
clarification.
Yeah, I appreciate that, yeah, definitely.
Is there a motion then, just to continue?
Motion to continue application COA 250064 1193 Hunter Ave.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir. Really
Thank you very much, really appreciate the time.
I just don't like.
You're like, I don't like this. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're at application number 4, which is 1187. Right, High Street.
Application number 4, and 11.
Me to get a ticket.
Yes,
And now everyone.
yes. We need that, and then we need like, yes. We also need Adobe to play, and that doesn't look like it's gonna happen today. Okay. All right, give it a second to close out some stuff. Right. I think I may have too much open and Adobe might be upset. So we'll see if that works. And if not, hopefully your Kindles are reading.
So first, okay, from my, sounds good.
Well, this won't be the technology. Okay, so this is application number 4, which is 1187 North High Street. This application is to add a new marquee to the face of the Garden Theater, install a 24-foot by 6'5" structural frame for the new marquee, install LED illuminated marquee with 3 lines of 6-inch changes of cotton on each side and display cabinets for photo transparencies. The center emblem would display the short note stage logo. Accent lighting would be the swimming flex bright. Under the marquee would be the 24-inch by 24-inch aluminum ceiling tile and the rolling lights. The marquee would be anchored into the face of the building. And the aluminum brake metal would cover above and below gaps on the building to conceal openings. And all surfaces in the entry output wood tile, etc. be cleaned and restored where applicable in the case and kind of necessary. I've included the commissioner comments from the July 9th hearing. Commissioners at the business meeting requested clarification for the edge condition and the light study. They also noted that the glare is a component that's typically overlooked in such studies, but commented that that may not be as much of a concern in this instance. Staff does recommend approval of the application with any and all clarifications submitted to staff for review and approval prior to issuing the certificate. And just to note for the commission, since some of this isn't standard for the short north design guidelines, if we do approve, we would need to submit reasons for approval. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the short north design guidelines regarding lighting, the short north design guidelines regarding signage, including general signage.
Thank you, Kimberly. Can you, all state your name just quickly, and then I'll be sworn.
Sure, Mark Supelak.
Logan Mills. Tom Mahoney.
Mark Barbeck.
Perfect. Do you all agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good.
But I suppose, I don't know how much we need to rehash much of this.
I think a lot of us were here and we were present, so there was no new faces here.
Perfect.
I think there were some things that we were, had a great conversation last night that we were tasked to do and thinking about. So
Mhm.
if you wanted just to focus on those things, and then we can just kind of keep rolling.
Sure. Well, the specifically since our last, I'm going to say, commission meeting, of course, we went in the direction of the Tivoli light on the underbelly. Ultimately submitted a bulb with that. It is a very low wattage bulb. It is 1.5 watts, so it is not creating any substantial task lighting down on the sidewalk, and inclusive of the entire stretch of it on the photometric is comparable to actually safety standards on sidewalk levels, right? So it's very agreeable. The bottom panel in particular, I know we commented on glare. The bottom panel in particular is a low gloss matte finish, right? Solid material. The bulb in and of itself, right? Glare is all these lighting conversations are or discussions are a little bit cumbersome sometimes, but glare ultimately is discomfort from light bulbs. Looking at the sun should hurt your eyes. That's glare. I think, a UGR rating of 22 and below is not uncomfortable in any way, shape, or form. Ours comes in at an 8, right? So it's glare is not really a problem with, again, the low wattage, low glare bulb that actually throws a wide beam, not a narrow, sharp beam in any way, shape, or form. We do have the curb. In addition to all that, we do have the curb sort of protecting it around it. That is mitigating, side toss in a meaningful way. And this application ultimately, the bulb, the underbelly with the marquee, the underbelly with the Tivoli bulbs for a marquee is, while it probably doesn't appear in many signage codes, is pretty standard for marquee applications. And something that I think, if we collectively built this and didn't build it in this way, I think we'd all be disappointed on behalf of the city, right, for missing that opportunity.
Awesome. All right, team, any thoughts, reactions, or just questions that we can kind of pull together?
And I think I'll say just understanding of the truth might impact and appreciate it for what you guys say. That, ultimately, the justification of this, will recognize the thoughtful analysis of this property balancing historic with current needs, and again, thoughtful study of the function of it.
Yeah, just again, I think the data and the effort towards the exploration and the evaluation, that extra month, I think gives us all the confidence, to be able to kind of move that forward. So we appreciate that, that perspective too as well. So, Kimberly, is that going to be enough for you, ultimately?
Do we need to say anything about the uniqueness of the theater in the short north? Because I'm just thinking, like, if we're doing it here, why aren't we doing it elsewhere? So that, like, we're not setting the precedent, but we're also clearly stating why we're seeing it out of this.
It's going to be, think about it too. I think that this is coming off of a pre-approved, again, this is a refresh of the prior approval. And I think there was a lot of effort on that prior approval as it relates to the character of the in-kind condition of the needs of the theater itself. And the efforts of kind of bringing that character, and the spirit of that back. And I think we're just building upon that with this kind of refresh, and I think through that process, that further evaluation just gives us a little bit more comfort that we're heading right direction.
Yeah, and just to be clear, historically, the theater did have two holy nights.
That's correct.
Viewing market.
That's correct.
Well, and I think too, this is a marquee on a theater building, and I think that most of the short north guidelines are talking about signage for any commercial structure. So this to me seems like something that's not specifically covered in the guidelines, i.e. marquees, not theaters, that's not listed. So I think for this property and this specific location, the highlighted element on the staff report about an iconic reference, historic precedents, or very unique conditions applies.
Thanks, Tim. All right, is there a motion?
Motion on application COA 2500649, 1187 North High Street to approve the application as submitted.
Is there a second? Second. Perfect. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, before we call the next one, then let me get out here. I think because we have so many applications and a lot of photos, Adobe is cranking.
This happens to me like once a day also, 25 PDFs open, so it's not just you.
Okay, good, good.
No, but it's-
I was worried. Because typically it is me. All right.
I stick with.
Oh, you guys include me in. Yes. That's really nice.
I didn't have the address like that.
That worked out really well for you though. I was gonna shout the address after you, but I was like, we'll see how this
That
goes.
way I saw them pull and get their gear together. So.
How are we doing? Good. So I brought the windows for us to go through. Where's the best place to set that up for you guys?
I'm gonna let you decide some,
Right up in front? Yeah.
Yeah. and to get, he can ignore the sign. But,
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
well, chances do not talk.
Okay.
Full followers
Yeah.
for the most part.
No worries at all.
Well, setting that up, I'll read the staff report, so
Okay, perfect.
we're not moving too long. So application number 5 is 961 Highland Street. This is to remove and replace the existing windows with 1/1 color lifestyle windows. I've included the commissioner comments from the July 9th hearing. Commissioners at the business meeting requested that the physical samples of the lifestyle and reserve windows are brought to me. So the commission can compare the two models, and thank you very much for doing that. They don't look light.
Not too bad.
The corner cutaways that we had last time would have also worked. The commissioners know that if the architect reserve information is available, that would be helpful to know how to move it involved. The HBO staff clarified for the commission that the approved windows list took proportion of roads joinery into consideration when developing the list, but does not have exact measurements available. The windows list was approved originally in 2018. The current list was updated on January 19th, 2022. And the applicant has provided a list of that in the area that they know or suspect pellet replacement windows. Staff did check the digital files and digital files. I'm not going to read all of this out unless the commission has something specifically, but kind of a high level summary of we have sealed approvals for something. A lot of times those approvals are for new builds as opposed to historic structures. And at least one of them, a window approval was not on file. So HBO staff, that's devastating. I thought I took that out. Confirm the portions and joinery were primary factors used in determining if the windows were added to the approved list, as well as the review test cases and field of at least a year being installed. Commissioners at that time were also specifically looking at the following window parts, such as the top rail, the bottom rail, styles, rail and style joints, meeting rails, muntins, the muntin profile, and depth, jambs, and stool. HBO staff find the dimensions of the lifestyle rail and accessories to be too thin compared to the existing windows. Staff would also encourage the commission to discuss the minimization of lighter corners of their appearance if they do approve a window with such joinery. Staff recommends continuation of the application to allow time for a window to be selected from the approved windows list. Basis for staff recommendation, the city code 3116 and 11, using for alteration, as well as the Victorian village guidelines regarding windows and doors.
Can you state your name and get your sworn in?
Yeah, Chase Antle.
Annie Rambo. Kenneth Goodwood.
You tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
First of all, appreciate it.
Yeah, of
So,
course.
Turn it over to you.
Yeah, so I know last time we went back and forth quite a bit, and I do want to correct one thing that I did say. I was looking and referencing based off of an old list when it comes to the architect series, which was prior to, and that was approved. Of the updated list, as I dug and looked more, the current architect reserve is the current stated window on that list. So there are no changes with that unit. The changes are pretty much to go through. Obviously, I presented those addresses to you. And I found that there's no good way for us to track all the products and where things are throughout the villages. So I did a lot of walking. And so some of those addresses that I came up, that was just from a walk down the street. I do want to make something clear that I am not pushing anymore. I've given up on that to get lifestyle permanently approved. I understand you guys are not interested in that. But what I am interested in is in certain areas that it is applicable, for instance, where these addresses are all at or within 2 blocks of the residents that we're talking about, that maybe we consider that. So I know last time you guys wanted to go through additional information. I would like to throw it back to you on different comments or questions that you would like to throw on me, so we can go through some of that stuff.
Yeah. Any questions, comments, basically on that?
Well, I think the bottom of the window, the style height, is something that's significant in historic windows. And the architect, I think I have this right, the Architect Reserve Series has that other style. The lifestyle window that's being proposed does not have that. And to me, that's more indicative of what a vinyl window, a more contemporary, fabricated window would look like. So from my perspective, the windows that are on our approved list are, more appropriate when considering how they're compatible with other historic windows compared to what's being submitted here. I also mentioned the fluted, sort of jam profiles of the proposed window last time around. Seeing both the sample and the jam details of the reserves window submitted. It's much more linear. It's much more, doesn't look like an extruded piece of material. It looks like something that's more compatible with the historic wood window. So from what's being proposed, those are things that I am still taking issue with
Sure.
in terms of its compatibility or its appropriateness.
So one thing, if I can follow up,
Sure.
on the fluted part, so regardless of whether it was the old architect series or the Pro line, both of which I submitted onto those addresses that were approved, both of which did have the fluted jam. Now, it's not something that you'd probably notice because given that there's going to be a screen and is a screen a part of that unit, it's just not on my sample.
Sure.
Screens don't bow well in my trunk, but they would cover that jam. So that is something that would not be visible from the street with that piece.
Okay. As long as the screen's there and it's
Sure.
being, used by the property owner.
Sure.
I recognize that, but I still think it's something that, is part of the Windows character.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of the properties in your list were fairly new construction. Is that right? A lot of new builds or additions, things along those lines. Whereas this is a, house that's certainly a contributing structure. So
And for clarity, you said a majority, was that all of them, or was that, there were some that were existing that were back from historical times?
Give me a second, got them through real quick. Because I do the staff reports in the order that they're on the agenda, quite a few. Most of them were, most of the ones that were approved were new builds. And there was the old architect series that was approved at the 232 West Second Avenue. And some of the approvals, the windows weren't specified, which we previously had an issue typically prior to 2020 of architects putting on the plans, window from the approved list, and it was never specified. And then we got into the problem of contractors were a little liberal with how they interpreted that. So we had a couple instances that the window was never specified in the approved list and they didn't. So some of that was an issue that we realized we had to fix out right around COVID. So we had that for 1085 Highland Street. That was a new construction and the windows weren't specified. 9440 Mill Avenue replaced basement windows, which is probably one of the few times when you see glass block window actually approved. But those aren't the lifestyle windows, because those are very different. And then those 933 Hunter and 947 Hunter are new builds as well.
Is there any other comments? I just want to make sure we get the commission comments around.
Well,
Respond.
I would say too, we're supportive of window replacement.
Mhm.
There are other applicants that come to us asking for old historic windows to be replaced. And we feel that it's more appropriate to repair them in place.
Sure.
So I think replacement's appropriate in this condition, but it needs to be the right replacement product.
I think Kevin's kind of summed it up, just the dialogue with me from that perspective. So I think, Kimberly's going to follow up. I think just trying to help assure that we're going down the right path. So anything else that, that you need, I think our next step is to fulfill the application. That's what we build and that'll be the motion. But I don't want to make that assumption. So I just want to.
Well, yeah, I would also, on the topic of we're in favor of replacement. I don't know if other commissioners would be interested in, approving the application with a condition that the window is, the replacement window is from the approved list. Just that would allow it to get into a staff approval.
So I'm
Area.
gonna caveat that has to be okay with.
Right, that's why I'm bringing it up. As opposed to waiting another month, that is an option if we want to do that today.
Yeah, do I have a second?
Yes, sir. No,
Okay,
exactly,
great.
For sure.
So, two questions I would have. One, on the idea of continuing, I guess, what would be the objective to continuing the application? If, obviously, I've submitted all of the documents, I understand and hear your concerns about, particular features and attributes of the window. Part that I think that, obviously, you guys are recognizing and do understand that in some instances, there has been lifestyle. I mean, there are lifestyle windows in Victorian Village. This is not something that we're trying to go around the rules. We're trying to follow the rules, certainly. This has been going on for 3 months, and in that time, unfortunately, water's entered their home through these windows. So it's something we want to address and get done. A challenge, I think, in addition to, is that obviously I understand that some windows in some buildings are new. But the reality is that as you make your way through Victorian Village, whether they're approved or not, people are replacing their windows with different windows that are not on the list. That's not a stance I want to take. I'm not going to go back and forth on that, but the reality is that we want to keep the historical look, and we do want to take the wood windows and have that be a part of the home. But it's challenging when there's certain cases that are approved or that is approved here, not approved here, 2 doors down, it's okay, but it's not down, okay here. I would just like some clarity on that.
I think just kind of big picture, I think that, the synopsis or the analysis that Kimberly provided, I think really gave us the ability to say, why are there nuances that you're recognizing?
Mhm.
So, I think our goal is to try to be as consistent as possible. And I think that, if you've sat here for the last, I don't know how long that this commission is gonna be here. I think that's our goal, is to try to be as consistent as possible. Some of those older applications and nuances related, I think that there's a steady stream of the goal is improvement, right? So if we are not being consistent, how can we accomplish being consistent? So I don't, it's hard to look back because we don't really know all the nuances from that perspective. I think that then you mentioned the adjacency of the property and things like that in the area. I think we just still got to come back to the context and understand really the home that we're evaluating a little bit, and not necessarily the influences of windows that were placed adjacent to the particular home. Again, it's hard to pull those factors into the evaluation. I probably was thinking that you, again, all this information that you pulled together is great. Just didn't know if you guys felt comfortable with that next step. It really feels, I think, to Kevin's point, it's to save you some time. It seems like that's where everything is trending. I just didn't want to push that, but at the same time, that is a great recommendation to really help you guys move forward. So.
Questions, comments? I've got one final.
Well, you're trying to work with a historic house that is very different than the picture that you see from 1960. So we're trying to put in historic windows that were never there. And we have trouble with dressing up windows on houses not that level in quality. It's a journeyman's house, not a Neil Avenue house. And these are Neil Avenue windows.
I would say that the guidelines don't differentiate between levels of historic significance that closely for me to feel like, one style of window in one area is okay for grand historic houses or large historic houses, or some other quality that's not really, I think, differentiated anywhere in the standards, versus, houses in the neighborhood are still contributing to the same way. It's my understanding of how the guidelines work. I'm not sure if anyone would feel differently.
Yeah, a variation, unfortunately.
So, like I said, we're in favor of replacement. And there are other applications where we do not favor replacement, just based on the conditions of the windows or other factors. So I don't know if anyone else would add what I'm saying, but I think replacement of the windows is fine, but it's gotta be from the, maybe I shouldn't say that's the company. What we think is appropriate is to use the windows that are listed in the approved windows list in this case. So I mean, we could also vote on a denial. I don't know if that makes life any easier also, but yeah.
Let's not go too far ahead of ourselves. I know we've got at least one more question from the
Sure,
applicant.
yeah, totally.
But do we have any more commissioner comments? Before, okay.
Perspective. So,
Yeah.
Well, I do want to say, I do appreciate your comment. I mean, there is context here, and right, not every house is the same. And the right guidelines don't really necessarily say that directly, but it is about the context about what, how the home is, right? I mean, there is a difference there. Now, whether that changes our decision, that, I'm not sure that it does, but I do kind of agree with your point for what it's worth. But I just don't know that gets us to where we need to be to sign up.
Yeah, my follow-up, honestly, Kimberly, if you don't mind, could you go to the front picture of the current house? There's a lot of pictures throughout that, so I understand.
I'm like, and this was a lot better when we had somebody buzzing as well, because I could write my notes and.
I think it should be the very first at the top of the page, at least from what I've submitted. There we go.
Okay, one's in, so this is nicer.
Yeah, so what we talked about originally when we first started this was one, the reason we brought up lifestyle was to match the existing windows that are there, right? And we see those styles and rails, you can see how thin those are, right? And so when we talk about being appropriate for the home and getting back to what is there, those windows were approved and put in. I could maybe make the argument that if we put reserve, that would change it a lot more than what lifestyle would change it. I don't know if that's given any thought. Obviously, I understand you guys keep going back to the list and what's approved on the list. I do recognize that. But really, it's more so a question of it going forward for you guys to determine if it's appropriate to replace. Is it more so to match existing if they're not original windows? Obviously, I know your stance on original windows, but if they're non-original windows, what's the basis to replace? Are we going to go with what's on the list to change potentially the look, or do we want to match the look with what's there now?
I'm gonna ask a random question, but do you have, I see there's a measurement of the rail.
There is.
Is there a measurement of the sash, the bottom rail? I don't know.
I think that.
That is the,
Okay, I'm talking,
Yeah, so you've got.
the meeting.
yes, so they are the exact same, yes.
Well, so no, there's a picture with a measurement of the meeting rail, but but for the existing,
So you're talking about the bottom.
the bottom rail.
Okay. Did I provide that or not?
I mean, I'm seeing in most of these photos that the bottom rail is taller than
That's what I'm trying
the
to
rails.
gauge.
That's what the reserve window has. I mean, the lifestyle window is the same dimension all the way around, 5/8 or something. So the 3-inch bottom rail is closer in appearance to the windows that are shown in these pictures.
And it's actually in the middle. Reserve is 5 inches. Lifestyle is an inch and 5/8. So it's directly in the middle between the two.
But the
Yeah, I'm just
existing
remembering.
is,
The existing is like, I think, didn't you just mention is 5?
I thought I said it. Well, I don't know if there's dimensions of the existing windows, but
I can
They're definitely
provide that
taller.
for you, if that's the case.
not looking to kind of derailing.
This is great, a great dialogue, for sure. I think we want to be responsive.
I'm seeing on page 47, which is the I understand to be, it says architect series.
Yeah,
Three,
So that's the old
three
unit.
inch dimension for the bottom rail, which is the element above the sloped, I believe that's called the stool.
mhm, it is.
So we've got 3 inches there, and then the 3 and 1/16. Then the next slide shows 1 and 9/16, which is, I think, the pro line or some very similar version to what's being proposed.
Mhm. Both of those that you're referring to are the older series, but
Oh,
the
okay,
5 inches is from sill to glass, was what I was referring to.
sure,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. I think the windows that are at the house right now and the photos that are submitted, that bottom element is taller. Whereas on the proposed window, it seems like it's the same dimension all the way around the glazing.
Mhm.
So I think I'm coming back to the same point, which is the windows on the approved list are more, one, look closer to what's in the picture, and two, are more appropriate for the neighborhood.
All right, so I guess that leads to the question that, Sean, you might be going to. Where do we go from here? Wouldn't love to take Kevin's recommendation of a denial. I'd like to work together, have us all the
That seems
time
like
and
the
put together on this.
The least good. matter.
For sure. I don't think we want to go down that path, either. Not
Great.
perspective, but again, I think that just, I think we want to reiterate before we get there. Thank you. From that perspective. This is not easy, from that, by no means. I think the key though for us is just trying to be as consistent as possible. There are a lot of variables, but we're trying our best to be consistent. So I think that it seems as though that we would vote on an approval if we had an amendment to the application to be able to go back to the approval list. And that would take a big step forward to allow you to work with finalizing the selection of your application and work directly with Kimberly and avoid having to come back here. We would love to have you back because we love the conversation and education that the team is kind of providing.
Mhm.
But we want to help you guys move forward. That's our biggest goal here.
But the continuation is also an option to not be put on, to not feel like you're put on the spot right now and can actually absorb and work on that decision. It just obviously delays the process a bit. We're just trying to minimize that.
That's right.
Sure.
And that would, there's always the business meeting approach, right?
Yes,
Like-
continuing with the thought of if you did decide to update the window to improve one on the list, provided we have quorum.
Sure.
Yeah, that's always the caveat. The commission could theoretically do something to staff approval at the business meeting, but,
Which is 2 weeks from now instead of a month.
yes, yeah. But there is never a guarantee with the business meeting being an informal meeting that we're going to have quorum. And our quorum for us at the moment is 3 people.
So Kimberly, I just want to try to close this a little bit more clearly. If, for windows that have been accepted in the past that are not on the list, there has been a process that's undertaken, right, with the test case and
Are we talking about adding to the list?
no, not
Okay.
adding. No. No, I'm not talking about adding. I'm talking about accepting things that are not on the list. That there is a path there. It's unpleasant, right? And it would involve probably changing one window, and then it's like we reevaluate in 6 months, and like, right, we have done that sort of thing.
So we'll see what actually later on in the agenda, of a test case one, the intercepting series. At 362, it's the Wilbur.
Yeah.
One, but typically if we do a test case, it is a window that we have not seen in Victorian, or we haven't seen it often enough to render a decision on if it's appropriate or not. And we do know, based on the addresses that are provided, that we have single lifestyle. They're typically on new builds, which if this was a new build, the conversation might be a little different, because you have the precedent from, I think most of them are for the Windows list, if this was approved, as well as I think Victorian, it might have lifestyle included for them as well. So that will be a slightly different conversation. But you could always go the test route, the test case route too.
I'm not saying I want to go, I just want to put everything on the table. The guys are aware of what, to Sean's point, it's about us being consistent. And I'm like, what is the path that that would even allow us to improve it without opening Pandora's box for us down the line? And I know that's less of your concern, at the moment, but for us, okay, how do we get, there's just no clear path that would allow us to do that without making a pretty good mess of things. And I know that that's not a great reason, but we do have a process that we go through that for, different windows, again, like you mentioned during the pandemic, and, when certain windows were not available and those types of things, it's just, it doesn't get you guys where you want to be in faster, certainly.
And that process is performance question, not aesthetic, and your problem with these is aesthetic.
Well, that process is aesthetic as well. Yeah, it's to look at that window as it sits installed on that property and evaluate it as a that appearance. I mean, I think it's in fact more aesthetic than it is performance based.
As well as wear and tear. on the
Well,
product.
that's what she said, again, the performance side of it. I mean, yeah, that, when we were looking at it, we're looking at photos of how it ended up and how it looks in the overall scheme of it when it's installed. So, yeah, I mean, it is both, but it's aesthetics are large.
Yeah, because I think the test case, the test case that I think there's a duration of time to allow that performance and the durability and those kind of things to be evaluated. So I think to reach point, it would just kind of extend it, but that would be an option. You mentioned earlier, kind of water intrusion and those kind of things. So I think we were just more so in the spirit of trying to help you move forward with that perspective. All these are valid options. We by no means are going to put you guys, towards a particular option. Again, I think we're here to help from that perspective. So, it seems like there's roughly about 4, different options here in terms of how to move forward. How do you guys feel comfortable moving forward?
Do you want me to run over what the options
Yes, ma'am.
are just for the record?
Before
So,
before we go, I want to just ask one more quick double advocate question.
Of course.
So the lifestyle is allowed for new builds,
previously it was.
previously.
But that's at least how it came up, and if this were a new bill, we'd have to take that into consideration discussion.
So that was before there was a Windows list?
I wish I'd still be telling you if it was a new bill.
You would still be telling me?
Yes, this is just, this is what the department stance is, and
We're like 13, 14 years.
I'm trying to think, yeah, okay, right.
you're making sure.
No,
I think I'm just trying to think it through, like, okay, if it's a new bill, why is it okay for new bill? And, okay, so. The answer.
So there is one window on, I think I notated on the address that I gave you that there's still currently a sticker on the window, so it had to have been recently put in. Might not have notated it, but if I look at the list, I can.
I know you had noted that 947 Hunter was a casement. And that 232 West Second Avenue is the old architect's here, so it's a jam.
Okay,
But here, see if anything pops out.
one window, so I can notate it as one. One window is on the front of the house, and I want to say it was on Hunter. So it looks like you did not pull a approval from that. So I rest my case on that standpoint, but,
So was it the 951 Hunter or 933 or 9?
951.
I don't use that. No, I have the 951 Hunter.
It was
There is
951.
Yeah, there's no approval
Which one?
for 951.
The approval number is NA.
Yes, yeah.
So
So I don't have an approval on file, which means that would have been done without approval.
That's it, yeah.
And unfortunately, that.
Obviously, that's not basis, but I know that when I was walking, I saw the Pella sticker and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Okay,
I don't know with the stickers, sometimes depending where they are, if you leave them on long enough, they look pretty good. I'm only saying that because my back door has a gentleman sticker on it, that it's not coming off, it's just there. So somebody could have left it on from when they had previously installed it and this.
it was big and in the center of the window. I don't know, but maybe.
At the same time, I would have hoped they would have got approval.
Yeah.
I don't have an approval for that.
Yeah, it's got a muted point, obviously, they didn't pull the approval, but yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I hear your guys' point on the lifestyle. It's something you guys accepted previously for new builds. I feel like I could make the argument, I don't want to waste anybody's time, but I guess from your guys' standpoint, my question is going to be, obviously, I've heard your guys' thought on lifestyle several times now. If we do continue on, is there a path that we still consider lifestyle, or is this at this point you guys are saying no more on the lifestyle off the aesthetic? Because my fear is that we continue this, they continue to have water coming through, and at the end of the day, you're going to make a decision to not go with lifestyle or to go with lifestyle, and then I'm trying to see what makes sense before we make a decision on.
I would say the continuing allows for the applicant to say if they are going to change something. And I think if nothing changes, I would not change any of anything. So the continuing the application gives you more time to make a decision on what to do next. If we voted on, an approval conditioned that the replacement window comes from the approved list, you're at least able to make some progress, knowing that you're going to use a window from the approved list.
And that you work with staff to get that done as opposed to coming back for a hearing.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, to directly answer your question, I can't, speaking for myself, I can't see a path. And Lord knows I'm looking to try to for the lifestyle windows. I don't see a way that we can get there.
Feel the same way, but yeah, I think we're just trying to be as consistent as possible. Really trying to be as consistent as possible. This is not easy.
Yeah.
And to your point, if this was a house on the lab, it would be easier just to say, no, you need to use the architect. This is why I really do take your point very.
Because the intent here is to salvage and keep a good house in the neighborhood.
Right.
And, part of it comes back to cost as well. And
And I will say the cost is not something we're able to offer feedback on
At
at this situation.
yes.
what does that mean?
We can take finances into consideration upon a denial, but if you're appealing for finances, there are certain financial documents we need, such as W-2s. I haven't received a denial packet for finances, so I know W-2s are typically what stop people from submitting anything. And when we receive a financial appeal, and any appeal, if there's some delicate documents, we don't share that with the public, so that stays more private. With the commission, we'll see it with some blackout of sensitive information, if that was not submitted to us with the sensitive information withheld. But W-2s are a big one. I think an appraisal of the house, unless you bought it within a certain time frame. Possibly, I want to say bank statements, but again, I haven't had an appeal come in where I've had to look through what all the documents were that were required. I just know that a lot of times people get the list of what you need to do, and then they go, nope. If you don't want to do this, it's a lot of uncomfortable documentation, or it's documentation that they're like, oh, this isn't a financial hardship, we can live it.
I mean, there's financial hardship, and there's also the other argument is that whatever our decision causes or would reduce the value of the house, whatever the word is, significantly. I don't know if that's the word, but and then they get into appraisal and stuff. I don't think it falls into the latter. But
Yeah, since we dipped our toe in this, probably the only way forward possibly for a lifestyle window would be a denial. So you can, if the commission theoretically were to deny your application, you could appeal on financial hardship, strange and unusual circumstances, or, the commission is capricious, unreasonable, and something else, which those are the kind of the three categories for appeal. And we typically, if we do come to a denial, you will appeal, we say, get more documents together. You'll appeal back to the commission first. And have a discussion, have the commission kind of reevaluate things under a different lens. Because one of the options you could do is appeal directly to the Board of Commission Appeals. But appealing to the Board of Commission Appeals means you can't provide them new documents. You're essentially going, okay, we've accepted the denial here. We're taking what they reviewed, and we want you to review it under the appeal process, finances, strange and unusual circumstances, or the commission being capricious and reasonable. So I think that covers all of our uses for kind of how we could move this application forward. Ultimately, it is your choice on if we're amending the application, voting on the application and submitting or continuing the application.
Number 4, that's 3.
Or denying.
Yeah, well, voting on the application as submitted, it might be a denial.
Oh, right.
So that's why. Yeah, and I think.
Yes,
it's kind
so
of-
is there 3 or 4 options, I guess?
I mean, I would see it as 3, but
I think it's,
yeah, unless I'm missing something.
that's fair. I think it was the one that we were adding in, potentially, just had to do being able to take that step to staff, right? So,
That's the one.
Oh, okay.
There was.
yeah, so,
Yeah, I'm counting that as part of, am I getting the
yeah, that's
application?
about,
May I ask a question?
of course, yes, ma'am.
If we were to do that and could proceed with this, can we start a new application? Or are we better off doing a continuation to have more options open?
So if we're to vote on it as submitted and theoretically, it was denied, what you can do is submit a new application. And I'm just going to use it as an example because we've talked about it with the window off the approved list or a different window. Because the commission can't re-review an item that's already been denied unless we're doing it under one of the appeal processes.
So to keep most options open is a continuation.
Yes.
If we say, I don't know, we want that if we'll just do something off the list. And we are unable to find something that we can afford. Then we're left with rebuilding ourselves. Yes?
You could always submit another option that's not on the list for review.
But we could never go back to this window.
It wouldn't be recommended, but if you wanted to come back, because we do have some people that have come back actively, like to be like, no, we're gonna do something else. And they're like, actually, no, we want to move forward with the denial, which from the office standpoint, we'd like to avoid denial. We'd like you all to work together. We'd like to work with you. But we have had some people that have kind of explored options and then circled back, but we typically discourage that because we'd like to avoid those.
And going back to the options, was one of the options to go ahead and continue, but with the one part of that being that if we went back to the list, that could just go.
It could be, what do you mean? Could be
It's a continuance or it's a,
Or you could, like, we could continue it and then you could update your application for something from the approved list. So if you did it that way, I think still need to come back to the commission, and what they could do, if you chose something off of the approved list, is move it to a staff approval at the business meeting, which would be in 2 weeks, provided I have quorum at the business meeting.
Or
We can't do
even,
that preemptively.
I would have to double check. I don't think so.
or even at the next hearing, if it's not.
Because you and I worked together on one where we were able to give staff approval, but the final vote came at the hearing. Is that something that you guys are saying would be an option? For example, if we submitted, the reserve is the project that we're gonna end up doing.
Application, I would need to double check with my manager if it needed to be on the agenda again or not.
It was a new application for,
If it was a new application,
we wouldn't see it, right?
yeah,
Yeah, so I,
again.
Yeah.
this is like window.
I like how you work, Reed.
I'm like, oh my God, this hasn't happened in a while. I don't remember steps forward, so it would definitely be let me check with my boss. Because if we could
I
continue,
would think if it was amended, let's just go.
yeah, unless it was amended in a month later, but we still need to review it. Like, as I've said, it's been a while since that happened, so. Because sometimes we have reps that is on.
But if you don't feel comfortable, I think the cabinet, if you have the ability to bring it back.
Yeah, but I already said I'm okay with those.
I mean, worst case is that what, you'd be looking at, if that couldn't be done in 2 weeks for
Yeah, I mean-
our meeting, and then we could move it to staff approval at that point, we'd be good to go.
Yeah,
So if
that
they
would be-
continued today and then change it, decide they want to go off the list, the worst case
Would
probably
be, yeah, the
would be the 2 weeks.
which you're all agreeing now under.
I'm not being here for the next meeting.
If not, I will find you in places of work.
Right, again, I know.
Close any doors.
Yeah.
Shoot myself in the foot.
Well, and we don't want to push you guys into a decision today.
Yeah,
But-
continuation seat.
So continuation leaves your most options open, and 2 weeks is the worst case. If you decide, you change your mind tonight, then, you know, that's the worst, kind of the worst case that it would be for time being, so it's not terrible.
And we do appreciate your time and the discussion.
And your time presenting this, I know this has been a big lift to get not very far, so I mean, we recognize that.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the time. Still open invitation if you guys want to come to the showroom and dive into the products, we certainly can.
We've had some good conversations, you know, about Windows in general and the Windows list as a result of this, so don't think it's gone unheard.
Yeah, or has been unproductive.
Or, but yes,
Has asked some good questions and done that.
and you've had good conversations internally.
Yes.
The city as well, so.
And before we get too far off the train track, that sounds like continuation.
Yes,
I
yeah.
was gonna say, do we want to do that motion? So we don't.
That would work.
down here.
Continuation.
So it's continuing, perfect. So a motion,
Motion to continue application COA 25-00520-961 Highland Street.
is there a second?
I'll second.
A little further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again.
Appreciate your.
Yes, appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Tell all the other applicants apologies.
Part of it, though. Thank you.
Want me to call it for 6?
Well, do we want to double check if number one is back here?
Yes.
All right, we wanted to do number one, and if not, we'll move on to number 6. Are we doing 1042 Highland?
We are.
Okay. This is number 6. Right, if you like to read- it's a different space,
Yeah.
so it's a little confusing.
Right.
All right, so as you're sitting down, I'm gonna read the staff report, which is, we are on number 6, which is 1042 Highland Street. And this application is to construct a 22-foot, 8-inch by 24-foot, 8-inch garage. Garage would be approximately 12 feet 6 inches tall with a front-facing gable roof to have asphalt shingle. Siding would be the James Hardie board and batting. The garage would have I have on the gooseneck plates, but I think we've updated it to the carriage house. Like next to the garage and one beside the person door. The garage person door options have been included. And replace the fence with a horizontal board fence. Commissioners at the business meeting wanted to confirm which style lights are being used to confirm it's done. And noted that product sheets should be submitted for the lights if they have not already. The applicant updated the drawing and some slide and update. The commissioner requested clarification on the photo on the 8th, although that was presenting. They were unclear of the example, the materials for the garage door, and the applicant has submitted updated drawings and materials. Staff recommends approval of the application with any and all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review prior to issuance of the certificate. And basis for staff recommendation, City Code 3116 12, and standards for the construction, as well as the Victorian village guidelines.
Thank you, Denver. Can you state your name and get you sworn in?
Yeah, Dimitri Novak?
Do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I'm sorry.
That is the word. Go ahead. Anything that you need to add to, the application?
Yeah, I think, in the very beginning, the height, last meeting, we talked about making it taller than 15 feet and resubmitted the drawings with a 15-foot height. At the gable to be 15 feet high. So I just wanted to just correct that. But everything else that was stated, that's what we've been updated.
Any, additional comments?
I will say, I promise there's additional pictures. It just seems like Adobe is being crazy, so
We can see them on,
Okay.
I can see them on my end.
I worry about it because I'm live streaming and it's like, oh, Adobe's fake.
That makes.
So the different door options are for commentary, so
Sorry, can you say it?
there's multiple door options or photos of doors.
Okay, so yeah, that one was on the back of the house. She wants to have 2 double doors instead of 1 man door, 2 double doors. And I don't know which door you guys like or not. And so we kind of, I selected what was the stock doors that I think might fit within your criteria.
But you're looking for feedback from us on which of these doors.
She doesn't care which one, it's whatever you guys will approve on the style at this point.
Thank you.
And those are the pictures that I'm showing up, of course.
They're showing up, yeah, where they don't have those.
Awesome.
Various pieces here.
Yeah.
But you wanted to got the fence thing, right?
Yeah, so that's, thank you, I appreciate it. So let's go garage. No, let's go fence first. Let's go fence first.
Yeah, let's go
Maybe if we go fence, we're just gonna take it that way. Let's go fence first then. If we, I mean, fence, I remember, I think it was a horizontal fence that was there, if I remember correctly.
It's in the updated drawing.
Mhm.
And what's existing with the neighbors, right?
Yeah, that's correct. If you're read that, I think they had a random.
Yeah, a random pattern for the neighbor.
Random pattern. So it seems like what they're proposing is they come to, instead of doing options, they've made a decision of what they feel like it's, the direction they would like to move forward.
So what we did, we drove around that area and that was the only fence that we really found, in that area. I have the address of the house. That it has a horizontal look. And that's the fence we submitted. I don't know, do you have the picture of the fence that we took a picture of?
Yeah, so that is not the Jacob. So the one at the front of this pack, this guy here, right? This, I don't think that helps, but that's consistent board. That's not the random. So that is not the neighbor's fence, right?
No, that's not the neighbors. That's just the house that
Got it.
couple houses down.
I think they're both next to black houses, so I'm just trying to not confuse myself.
Yeah, that's not the neighbor's fence. I guess that's the new fence that we're submitting that we could do.
Okay, so the existing with that gray.
Mhm.
And I think where we were headed last at the business meeting, just to refresh everybody, was that maybe the option was to do exactly what he's suggesting, which was uniform with that was to mirror this, since it's not really random, right? That's a we match, okay. So whatever this dimension is, it was just a wider. And probably stained gray, is that the intention to match or?
Yeah, to match, so kind of, yeah, because it'll, if we do two different colors, it'll be kind of awkward for her to look at her house, oh, one fence one color, but the fence would be a different color.
Yeah, because I don't actually, it's knotty pine.
Yeah, that type of wood is,
But okay.
yeah, horizontal, consistent. If the surface is treated without seeing
We would most likely paint it. So you wouldn't, you guys not like knots or?
Yeah, no, not,
Yeah.
so make it, you know, mirror kind of what the neighbor's fence.
Super. Okay.
I think it's a statement, but, yeah, but yes, kind of matching.
Okay.
And there is I don't know if it's worth noting, but there is a differentiator here in terms of spacing. And I think I mean, I think the spacing is more appropriate. That's just a preference thing.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on I mean, there are some cases of like a atomic version that does at least give them.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be.
So that would be one option, just give yourself a little bit of consistency of
Okay.
that reveal that happens. The other option, it's not tongue and groove, it's just to create that gap with the placement of the words.
Well, yeah, what we don't want is to have after it's stained, have it look like a sheet block,
Mhm.
rather than some.
Yeah, definitely.
And with this kind of simple solution, I think necessary to make consider a top rail.
Okay.
And they did post caps, yeah. But yeah, this looks very unfinished.
Yes.
Like we would not approve that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of something just to, not overdo it, but that finished character to it.
Okay, so do post caps and the top
I'd say
rail?
Either post caps or a consistent top rail.
Consistent top rail, okay.
The entire thing, the spacing of the, either twin boards, that was just, that the board on the outward facing side.
Any other feedback on the fence? Yeah. So this switch to maybe just focusing maybe on the door selection for the garage, for the double door. So it looks like there's 4 options here.
You want to start by excluding film, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe you do better.
Maybe that would be great.
Last one's out.
So maybe number 1 and number 4.
Yeah.
Would probably seem like that, but they would both not be appropriate.
Right.
Correct.
So
Not number, so 1 and 5.
it's
More than 5.
other 5, so it's, well, if that's the case, that's number 1, number 2, and then number 5
Right, would be X.
will be excluded.
I agree. So we're up to, down to 3.
Do you want to give the applicant the option of choosing either one? As long as they.
Not sure yet. So, because what I found interesting here, because this is a double, right? And so the guidelines are for a, 4-panel door standard, that all makes sense. Except that when you double it up, now you have an 8-panel door, right? And so I'm like, it might actually look better with the 2-panel doors, which is not common, or in the case where we've denied 2-panel doors, or just keeping in mind that this is a unique case because it's a double.
What would be ideal if you could deny the double door idea and just tell her you gotta do a single door?
Deal with your own owner problem for you, yeah.
I don't know if that, the difference that you have, some of the proportions.
It is, absolutely, you're absolutely right. I just think, I think if you did 2 Victorian 4-panel doors side by side, Victorian era, I mean, you could salvage for them. I don't think it's gonna look right, because there's nowhere ever do you see that.
I think a lot of times when you see the double doors, there they can be with full light double doors, so they have that more modern one too.
Right,
It's kind of what it's.
right, it's just without the
Getting
white.
closer.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
so,
yeah, I think kind of narrows it down to the one.
yeah, I agree.
For the right reason.
So number three? Number three, door selection?
That's the two panel door.
The two panels.
Yeah.
Yeah, very simple shaker style.
So you guys will be okay with the double door, but the number three?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, is there anything to talk about as the attributes of the application for the garage? So lighting, I think has been clarified. Garage door, I don't think that there's anything there.
We never got a cut sheet for the garage.
I think we just
No,
got.
we do that.
Yeah, I
You
think
do
that's
have-
smaller.
Okay, so it's just a flat.
It's right before the light fixture. Anything else that we will be missing?
I need, not a good time to ask for it, but gutter detail or just OG gutters, okay. I see. Not, I think I'm,
I mean, the door will.
it's not right, yeah, it doesn't match the flat anymore. So we can clarify.
Just the only one item, just to point out is, and it's just probably just a little bit of a drawing as you kind of make an iteration. So just making sure that, you know, around the door and the openings, that you would still have, you know, your 1x4, you know, your trim, your stock trim around it. That's right, the casing, your casing on exterior trim.
Yeah.
And then you would have your corner boards.
Yeah.
I think that was right. So I think if we just got to put that in a motion,
Yeah, it's,
I think we'll be able to help pick that up. But that's probably going to be something that Kimberly will look at for your final drawings. Okay. That is,
So I had a detail that we're doing like a 1x6 around the garage door. Probably 1x4s on the corners.
whatever that casing is around the perimeters, that's correct.
Like that needs to be pointed out on the drawing.
That's correct. Yeah. That'll be right at the top of the eve, all of those kind of conditions as it relates to that. Yes. Sir. Anything else, team? Yeah.
I can give it a shot.
Yeah, I think so. And I feel like just with that dialogue, I think we can put it all together, or do you need to break it apart?
We're okay. So
Okay,
approving
okay,
it.
just wanted to make sure. Okay.
So I'll call out some, clarifications of it.
Let's see if I can get everything. So, all right, motion on application COA 2500646, 1042 Highland Street, to approve the application with the following clarifications. Item one is in terms of trim boards need to be shown on the drawings for both the corner boards and framing out the man door and garage door. The garage door is to be a flat panel as submitted in the spec sheet, and that should be reflected in the drawings. We know that the carriage lights have been corrected. It is not gooseneck lighting. The fencing is to be horizontal fencing as submitted, but there should be a either tongue and groove or a gap between the boards. So the board dimension should match the neighbor's fence, and the fence should be stained in a similar color. And it should have either post caps or some type of finish at the top of possibly a top rail on the top of the fence. All of those details to be submitted to staff prior to the COA being issued. Did I get it? Oh, the door.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, okay.
I can't write as fast. as-
Don't worry, no, you're doing good.
Oh,
Well,
no computer, huh?
we're on, got it.
Yes, it's a problem if I can't read my writing. My spelling's already atrocious, so like when I'm typing, I can hazard
Yeah.
fast. Okay. But, okay, so the doors.
Yes, and then the last was that it would be the door number 3 Behind what's behind door number three, the two panel door, it's a double door for the man door, and specifically, we're approving on the two panel door, which is unusual because it is in a double door setting, or arrangement,
And on a garage.
and on a garage. Yeah, I wouldn't approve a double door, probably.
Are you also approving it because it's a new build and not a modification to the?
Well, yeah, because that'd be a whole different thing with the openings being changed. And
Sometimes it, hey,
Hey.
it benefits us.
let's go ahead and say yes, because it's a new build. Sure. So the right answer.
I think I have everything.
Thank you. Is there a second, team?
I will second it.
Perfect. Any further discussion about? What we got? Are you okay?
Mhm.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good fun.
Awesome. So what's our next step? Sorry.
Your next step is submitting updated materials, but if you want to wait for my hearing letter, which is going to outline everything that was just in the motion and that you need to do,
Okay.
you can wait for that. It typically takes me about 3 to 5 business
Okay.
days
Okay.
to get the minutes done and get things out.
Okay,
This is a little bit longer of an agenda than we normally have.
that's okay.
So it might take a little bit longer on top of that, but I'm going to try very hard to get it done by that time.
So I just need to make those adjustments and I need to come back here again.
No, you're working directly with me, we'll be doing.
Okay,
this.
super. Okay, so I can tell the homeowner we're good, we're just approved, I just need to make some adjustments.
Yes, yeah.
You can't build anything yet. You
Yeah,
gotta-
yeah,
yes, but
yeah.
yeah.
You need the COA so you can get the permit, but just don't get too far ahead.
No, I just want to let her know that.
She was raring to go, so like.
Yeah, no, I just want to let her know that, hey, we don't have to come to another hearing, I just gotta make sure that.
No one wants to get.
That's bad, she's been chewing me up.
Well, express our thanks.
Yes,
Okay.
appreciate her being flexible.
Awesome, well, thank you guys so much.
Thank
All
you.
right, are we okay to take a quick action?
Yep.
Okay, and then, well, if none of y'all are going around, call in the next applicant. Yes.
You got it. Okay. Yeah.
You are taking-
That's a long. I know that.
All right, everybody else is set? All right, so we are on application number 7, correct?
Yes.
Which is 28 to 32 Buttles Avenue. This application is to install a 36-inch metal fence along the street properties on top of the existing retaining wall, and stacks shown. Replace the existing retaining wall with the 4-inch by 11.75-inch by 6.75 Peter concrete retaining wall blocks. The new retaining wall would measure approximately 16 inches in height with a 3-foot fence. I've added the minutes from the June 11th Victorian Village hearing. Commissioners at the business meeting requested that all documentation matches and accurately shows conditions of materials, the number of blocks in the retaining wall do not match. The proposed height. The 16 inches appears to be the same height as the 56 inches. The plan drawing is updated so that the fence can be on top of the retaining wall. The commission requested a large gate plan showing the fence, gate, sidewalk, and interact with each other. The retaining wall cap needs to be added and product sheet should also be submitted. Based on the existing landscape, we feel staff does not feel that this proposal meets the standards for site improvements for the row house. Staff recommends continuation of the application to more closely follow existing code guidelines. Basis for staff recommendation is City Code 31:16-13, but still site improvement, specifically A and B, as well as the Victorian Village guidelines regarding fences and gardens.
Thank you, Kimberly. Can you state your name, sir, who was sworn in?
Yeah, Esteban Serrano.
Perfect. Do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything that you want to add to the application?
No, I guess just at the previous, like, the informal, as we pointed out the blocks not matching. And I think that my understanding, most blocks are like 8-inch. So, I was with you there, but I think they changed it to their 4-inch block, so it does equal to 16. Because even when I looked at this earlier, I called the architect and I'm like, dude, you gotta be kidding me. He's like, no, they're 4-inch tall, so that's how we get to that 16. I'm not sure if that's how it was at the last one, but I was completely on board with what you were saying about 8 and 8. And there's 4 of them, so that's really 32, not 16. So that would be my only comment, but yeah, it was not a fun conversation earlier.
Thank you, sir. Any thoughts? It seems like staff's recommendation is based upon the nature of what's being it's not appropriate.
Oh, wait.
Good. Well,
So I don't receive updates
Oh,
in our system, which
I think the documents are maybe flipped.
yeah, because the one
Check the
I'm
other document,
looking at is,
or
because it looked, I was like, I think the
Are we-
previous one noted as previous looked new.
are we talking the same packet?
Yeah, well, no, well, there's 2 packets, right? One previous and,
nice.
Yeah, so
but the previous one, I think is the new one. Because one of them even says updated materials.
yeah, oh, so I probably just threw it on.
Right, just with the wrong.
What's that?
Yeah, I know, and it's like you're live streaming during a public meeting. Yeah, okay, so I added in the wrong thing, but thank you.
Okay. I was like, wait. No, that's.
Okay.
Now the math or something.
I've got, I mean, I know, obviously, but yeah, there's 4 blocks to equal 16.
Okay.
But I don't know what's going on,
Yeah,
but
that's
here we are. So wait, are you guys able to see that? on
Yeah,
your
we
end?
got that.
Okay, you have the one
Yeah,
with
we
the
have
4
that.
blocks. Okay, okay,
Yeah.
great.
Thank you, sir. Any comments?
Further that clarification. The wall. That's 2 feet tall.
Yeah.
18 inches, so a 1.5 feet.
Oh, it says 2.
Oh.
2.
So this is, I think, updated materials for the previous
Right.
ones, and yeah, so a solid.
There's yet another update or?
Yeah, because you remember we like added all the blocks.
Right,
together.
well, because this one does add up.
If it's a 4,
Right. But
Oh,
the
well,
one-
you've got one that's.
I've got a red 5 with
I
these
see.
4
We don't have
blocks
that.
that are 4-inch, 4-inch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, and this one doesn't have the cap that we had talked
Ah,
about.
yeah.
Mine does.
So we don't have the
Yeah,
materials.
I don't believe I received an email that materials were updated.
Ah.
Our system, you've experienced our
Yes.
system, it's just as lovely for us on the backside. So if you didn't let me know,
Gotcha.
I wasn't able to download it.
Okay, so just like we'll visualize, so
Yeah.
4 blocks,
4 blocks.
and they are 4-inch blocks?
They're 4-inch blocks.
So it's 16 inches.
16 inches, yeah,
Okay.
and it's got the cap, as we had spoken about.
All right.
And then, I guess on mine as well, I was trying to give you a detail of what that looks like, in front of it. It passes over to you guys if you want to see.
Blocks 4 by 12. So, or 11 change.
They're the ones in the packet.
Correct. What did you say when you were reading off the?
Yeah,
4 by 12 by
yeah,
3/4.
yeah, about 4 by 12 by 7. Rough.
Roughly.
Because that's also, I'm looking at the visual on the updated material with Cal, and even that block, it's more of a square
Right.
block. So I think that is key, because this block is closer to Purdue.
All right, well, I guess I'll take the first thing first, which is still the height of the walls. So the existing wall is maybe 6 or 8 inches with, plus the stacking of, I guess we'll call it level stone, but it's not even that, but that's about right, 6 or 8 inches for the curving.
For the curve, yeah, in some areas, the thing is like, this thing was so poorly done.
Yeah.
In the past, that's like, in some areas, there's like up to a foot, and then it kind of goes up and down, and,
Okay.
Yeah.
And in the corners.
yep.
Um,
Like, yeah, up there, you can kind of see by the house, it's a little bit more.
Yep.
On the front, I would say it's probably, yeah, so it's something.
So is in plan, does this continue? I know there's multiple row houses, right? So this condition going to be married across all of those row houses, or in the end, are we going to have a variation between?
So there's currently a variation right now because it's so weird. The way it works is these 3 are its own HOA and its own parcels. And then there's 7 different rows of houses. Within those 7, there's like up-down duplexes as well. So they have their own HOA thing, and they've also, like, none of this matches in the front currently as well. So it would not, yeah, they wouldn't, we're not in communication with them to see if they would be willing or wanting to do that, because they're their own thing, even though we're stacked together. It's quite odd. So like right here, this post over is its own HOA, and then this post over is its own HOA. And like, this is an up-down duplex, this is an up-down, the one on the end, it's its own thing. So it's quite odd the way it worked out. Like the very end unit, it's his own unit, and then there's up-down duplex, up-down duplex. And again, they have their own thing going on for them, even though it was all built by one builder. We just recently purchased it, I think like a year and a half, 2 years ago, the 3 on the end, which is so thing.
To the west limits of this new work, where does that fall?
It would be right here where you see how but they have their own bushes that kind of all match together, and then
They also have some kind of bulk or little wall there.
yeah, you can see that's kind of what they have going on theirs, and then when it gets to ours, it's just the cluster.
Yeah, right, so it looks like probably the original itself is all curving with similar height that people have stacked, but, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, I don't know, it just seems a little odd. And I know that, thinking about it, is what happened with the transition between just looking at the character of the home or the character of the unit itself, right? So we have the 4-plex. We look at that 4, finishing in that, the entrance of that condition. We're going to be stopping it short, at a moment. So we get a way to, adjust that transition, adjust the location of that transition, or it just feels a little odd, that's all. Not knowing the nuances of the, the gentleman has kind of talked about.
And I think we need to understand that and figure out how to resolve that.
Yeah, I mean, to be completely frank, our goal is to one day be able to, and we've made offers on more, but the way their HOA works is you have to live in it a year before you could even do anything to it. So we're trying to kind of round them all up and just take it so that we can have easier conversations with you guys. Because I completely understand, it all looks like it's all one thing, all uniform, but in reality, like I said, those three are its own complete different thing, even though they are all sharing that wall. So, but, we're talking about, it looks like 10 different rows of houses, but it's really like 16 different owners because of up, down. So it's a bit tough to get there. But in the meantime, we still need ours to look appropriate. Not only that, I don't know if you guys have seen or heard or anything like that. This building right here has been sold and resold, and we've got quite the characters that, use this alley to do some great things back there. And for us, more than anything, this skate is to stop that from just spreading over here. If you go in there any time of the day, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. And so it's really, it's part of a security thing for us as well. Because they've walked into our properties knowing that, one of them is vacant and stuff like that. So, in the future, we would love to extend the fence and have this thing go over there, but, I can't be like, and I know it's tough for you guys to be like, well, let's plan for that. But like, when does that happen, right?
And I can appreciate, I think there's an argument to be made about, so you look at the spot on its totality, and which is a bit of monotony there that kind of breaking this down, and you see some individual, not like pairs of units, that there is some character to that, but I think where the site could be done well.
Sure.
I challenge that where this is drawn, and I realize it's just the nature of what you own. It's like, that's not the right spot. You kind of want to take that porch pair and you want to make that its own thing. And until you have
But the next one,
forward, I
right?
don't think you can continue it that far.
So let me ask you this, if I may. I mean, would it be more appropriate to like, I don't know if this amends or changes the application, kind of have the same concept, but maybe instead of including our third unit, we just kind of keep it to these two to start that cycle? How do you feel about that as a whole?
I feel better about that.
Okay. Is that kind of what you were saying then?
Yes.
Okay.
Treating that as
Like per, call it pair?
as a home.
Yeah. Okay. That's good feedback. Because I get it. I mean, it is splitting it right at the middle of the porch, but
Yeah, that would be.
we just can't control, something that's not ours, but just right at that.
And there's a sidewalk there, there's a logical, well, yeah, I think you would take it, it would,
It'd be up to the building.
yeah,
Down the middle of the yard.
you. It's still,
Yeah.
Because right there.
Everyone does have their own sidewalk, but they share a porch. And there's no railings in between the porches either, like in between the doors.
You almost want to take the wall treatment all the way to the step and walk. Like, bring it up. You almost want to take it to that.
It's, you think so? You wouldn't line it up with the building?
I kind of want to line up with the building, but that's gonna, to stop it just short there on the street, it's gonna floor. Like what?
That's also right. We don't.
You're saying to like return it back to the,
Well, we're just talking about, so between those two sidewalks, right, there's like, where do you put a fence going back toward the building? Is it on either edge of one of the sidewalks, or is it down the center and matched with the building? The front of the building comes with the change.
sure.
And I don't know if there's a tree right there as well, so.
I mean, I don't know, it feels as though right now, we currently don't have it. It's not defined right now from that perspective. I think that through the feedback, I think where our goal is to try to allow maybe the application to be able to maybe solve some of the concerns. So if we just try to maybe focus, just to try to help us move it forward, because this one is not easy to solve it here.
Right.
And it's probably not up to us to do that. So
Right.
maybe if we just offer this maybe quick round of feedback, then we'll help the application or applicant move forward with the continuance and address some of those
Is this something we might possibly need to see in like a couple of variations of what they could possibly do?
Doesn't hurt.
Not to add more work to you,
Like-
but we can just kind of spitball a thing.
That's one with a short return and then all over the building. If that's, if that makes it worse.
Or do we want to see what design the applicant?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to redesign it, but I'm trying to give ideas here that might be.
Two things, there's rhythm and there's responsiveness to what we're seeing right here, that, the porch, and that, before the bump out happens, that reads as a
Pair.
as an element.
Yeah.
But at the street, on the sidewalks split that, so there's kind of this weird thing that happens there that also needs to be resolved.
I guess where I'm going with it is, does it need to be enclosed? At one end. And we'll go ahead.
I mean, I don't necessarily think we need enclosure on the left end.
That's what I, yeah.
More
Use
than
the right
anything,
end
it's
here.
that alley that we would really love enclosure from.
Okay, let's condition that in mind. We have our own iron fences, but there's nothing down the middle of the two.
Is that all for you enough
Yeah.
for that next round? For them to
Yeah.
staff
And,
kind of pointed out some inconsistencies, but. go
yeah,
ahead.
last thing I guess I can ask, might be something completely different, but how do we, and this just popped in my head, what if we do more of a landscaping wall? No more metal, make it more either bushes or skinny trees to, because again, our thing is keeping our thing, and keeping it away from the alley and any sort of, intrusions. Do you think that would make it better so that we're not breaking up? There's still, because they've got their own bushes that aren't like ours. But if we keep it green and skinny and, you know what I mean? Like, how do we feel about something like that? And again, I know that's completely different than what I'm here for.
I think a plant material solution absolutely
Could be better.
should be considered. I think you might find creating this resolution a little more achievable
Yeah.
than the fence.
And I guess going a step further, if that greenery would be in front of a fence, would then that still kind of give us best of both worlds? Where we still have low security shielding the fence so it doesn't look intrusive to the others. Again, sorry if I'm taking up too much of the time here. I'm just trying to come up with it.
That's good.
I mean, we typically recommend the setback anyway, so you can plant things in front, but, for, not necessarily for screening purposes, screen the fence.
Right.
I think that then you're almost, then it becomes too much almost.
Right. Okay.
Um, But I think, you're thinking some box would be reasonable, but, something along the edge of the property, if all it is just dissuade people from wandering on.
Right.
Yeah, I think
And what the planting solution might offer is what happens along the alley might be different material than what happens along.
Right.
So
Okay.
I think we think that you can consider that layering, considering that posted instead of, we might give you some
Okay.
more options.
and just to jump to the retaining wall for a minute, but especially seeing the rest of the buildings, I'd really limit the height to the height of sidewalk that's going into the building units, that it should be whatever you propose should be no higher than that sidewalk.
As far as
The
the
total-
retaining,
yeah, the total
whatever
height.
retaining is gonna be.
Yeah, whatever the retaining wall is, right,
Okay.
and that's consistent with what it looks like is down the street.
Sure.
And because otherwise you're just getting into whole kinds of issues with how does that all interface with the sidewalk, and it
Yeah.
just starts looking funky, and I understand people like to keep creeping up on the retaining walls, but I think keeping it low and level is gonna be, you'll be better off, and like you said, there's other options in terms of what you may be trying to achieve.
Sure. Okay. That's interesting. Or something to play with more. Yeah.
The last item that we touched on, maybe just the materiality of the, just given the conditions that we're talking about, and some of the nuances, I think we're gonna, you look at the composition, and then you look at the diving and look at the material. So is there any feedback related to materiality of the retaining wall as it relates to some of the things that we might have to?
Well, maybe start with, have you considered the other material, natural stone?
For the retaining wall? Oh, I mean, we're happy to use
whatever the other ones are to match. To us, I don't think that does important. It's just, right now it's a mess, right? Like I said, it's a up, down, sideways. So we just want it to be consistent no matter what it is. So if we need to, take a picture of next door and kind of work with that, like I'm happy to. We just want to clean it up. Is really what we're.
Limestone right on wall would be great. I mean, especially if you're keeping it lower, you can do it with a single piece,
Gotcha.
or pieces rather, like more like curving.
Okay.
And the challenge with the concrete block is that, I mean, I think that it can look elegant, but it can also look
Crappy.
Yeah.
it can look
I get it.
less sophisticated.
I think we use the word suburban.
And I think in particular, when I'm talking about inches, I think that we can do a very simple, elegant treatment of a higher quality.
Yeah, you might look at the circus house would do something like that, right?
The curbing along the sidewalk.
Yeah, you might check with the circus house installed.
Okay.
And even,
They did fencing too. I mean, I'm not that I'm encouraging that, but you can take a look.
For sure.
even a board in place is its own.
Yeah.
Right, the right kind of finish on it can be just very simple.
Yeah, I would.
And fairly cost effective too, probably.
Will we cover all the aspects that you needed?
Yeah.
I didn't want to try to move past you. I was just trying to get
No,
all these subjects touched on.
I completely understand. I understand it's a tough thing because of the way
For
that
sure,
the lines are there.
for sure.
It's like all together, but it's not. So I get it. And I think our goal isn't necessarily to be different. I think our goal is something a little bit just nicer,
Complimentary.
Complimentary. Thank you. Sorry, not being as PC. But yeah, okay, no, feedback heard. We'll go back and figure something out. And I think we're starting to get what we're both trying to achieve.
And when you come back in, if you're up for it, I think you have some subtle options that you're okay with, but want our opinions on. But
Sure. Yeah.
Don't be afraid to.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a motion to continue?
It's conceptual.
This one?
No,
No, so instead of this,
No, I think there's.
I look at something,
or did I copy something wrong? No, this one's a request for action.
maybe it's the next
And
one.
then I think the next
The
one.
next one, okay,
is
my bad.
noted as conceptual, but I
That's
think it
correct.
should,
Yeah.
it's for action, and I think I copied things and.
Oh, so I did catch it, okay.
So, yeah, you pay attention.
I like paying attention for a change, once in a while.
All right, so motion to continue.
A motion to continue COA 2500-528 to 32 bottles.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Continue. Okay, thank you.
All right, he's gonna stay.
Yeah,
put,
I'll
though.
stay with it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so thank you. Now, the next one actually is for action. I had a copy and paste here. This is number 8 for 28 to 32 Butler Avenue to create a 3rd floor exterior patio. Add matte black latex railing on top of the new parapet, create a doghouse for the new stairs. Measuring approximately 9 feet tall with black or gray horizontal vinyl siding and shimmer color to match the existing roof finish. The staff has included the minutes from the June 11 Victorian Village hearing. And staff would like to know, we do not support the use of vinyl and still funds and accuracy of the drawing. We don't support the alteration of the parapet. An alteration should be removable and be better supported if it doesn't match the existing material. And we recommend continuation of the application to more closely follow existing code and guidelines. The basis for recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvements. And I will get this and get to the application.
No worries. And you're already sworn in, so if there's anything else, I think that's kind of opinion as far as, I think that's consistent with the conversation last time in terms of things that were being pointed out to the commission. Is there anything that we need to talk about specifically to address them?
I think we submitted the changes requested and then at the conceptual was it last month or a couple of weeks ago? I don't think there was actually any comments because we have enough have a discussion about it.
And there weren't any additional comments or requests.
Yeah, we had addressed those issues and that was kind of it.
Perfect. All right. Hopefully that's clear. Any commissioner comment?
I guess let's just be clear about which version of the drawings we're looking at. Let's start there. So it's I'm looking at page, well, A2 of, page 13 of the PDF. Which is where the parapet is not modified and the slope of the doghouse is shallower.
You're gonna have to rely on Kindles, unfortunately. I mean.
I want the applicant to see it, to make sure that is in fact the correct one, once it maybe shows up.
See, this is why they need not to let me do this by myself, because I'm grateful.
Yes.
Well, I guess I can ask the question. You're currently not proposing to modify the parapet.
Correct. We did exactly as, was recommended and moved it away. We had a detail showing that we're away from the parapet, not touching the parapet. Yeah, like, pretty much everything we had discussed, we took it and ran with it. And did kind of exactly what we had discussed. I think we also provided further away and closer, further away renderings showing what it would look like. From the front and from the side, you really can't. Obviously from the back, since there is no peak, like you're gonna see the doghouse, but that's through the alley. And yeah. Because when I was kind of studying this with, Rick, who's, the co-owner with me, and the architect, I said, listen, we gotta hide this. That's the only way to make it make sense for them. And I completely understand your guys' point of view. And like I said, when we got back to the street level, we went across the street, we looked up, you could see a little bit of the railing, but I mean, that's the safety thing we have to kind of have. We can't indent that enough, but everything else completely made sense from what, your guys' comments were with the parapet wall and everything like that. So we kind of just compressed everything inwards to kind of get away from being able to see that from the across the street or the corner view. I just wish I knew what you guys were looking at.
Yeah,
I could help
I'm not-
point out, so.
I'm just gonna throw it on.
Thank you for bearing with it.
Do you guys have the detail, one and
Yes.
detail two, showing that we're away from the parapet?
Yes.
Okay.
85, I think it is.
Yeah, the problem is that same drawing set shows the parapet wall being modified. So the drawing set that doesn't have the parapet wall modified, I think it's an older version, and then there was one that showed it flat or straightened, and then so I think that's where some of the confusion is coming in.
Gotcha.
So, because you mentioned the doghouse moved back, right, in the later design toward the center of the building?
Yeah, try to get it away from that,
All right, so
sight
that's the
line.
second set of drawings that we have.
Gotcha.
Should show the parapet wall being modified. So it's the set again.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand still. Just that there's detail one is showing a letter. And the parapet staying the same, which would kind of be like the back elevation. So that's where the gutter is now, and I assume it's still gonna slope the same direction.
Correct.
So detail two would seem to be the alley facade, which is still shown to say new parapet. And I would suspect it kind of needs to work that way if you're putting on a roof deck. By the time you got to the low end of the step parapet, whatever the pavers are gonna be up high, and it's just not clear to me that this detail is really gonna work with what's being described. I like the idea of keeping the railing back to the parapet, keeping the roof deck, whatever that assembly is, away from the parapet, so that it doesn't modified. So I think some further illustrations, how that actually is achieved, would be beneficial.
And do you think that maybe it's series of sections, like right now, we're just relying on two, would that be helpful, just kind of understanding that, they don't have to work
Sure.
through that?
Yeah.
Help?
Yeah, because I mean, we do have, the tall parapet where I can see it working and being different on a slow parapet. It's just very tough to imagine how we add a 6 to 8 inch paper system and guardrail, and it's not gonna require things to get smaller,
Things to get what I'm saying?
taller than the
Hmm.
parapet.
Yeah, because just make sure I'm understanding, we don't want this to change at all, right? Right, okay, yeah, we're on the same page there. Then we bring it in, okay.
Yeah, I even see on one of the roof plan, page 18 of the set I'm looking at, detail 2 is called way towards the front of the building. It's kind of like needed detail 3. Closer to the gutter, but on that wall that shows a shorter existing parapet and how the deck all works there.
Right, again, this is the same set that shows the parapet being cut flat.
Yeah, and we have the same elevation with 2 different designs.
I was gonna say, any future submissions, put a date on the release or
Yeah.
revision number so that we can all say, hey, we're looking at drawing, whatever.
Okay.
That would help. So we talked about, I'm gonna shift gears.
Sure.
We talked about the doghouse and to no end. It's a flat sort of door or something that, or hatch, I guess, thank you, that is still not the way you guys have.
I'm okay with the hatch.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
think,
that, yes, I mean, that would be, I think, the way to get a lot farther than we are.
Okay.
I think the doghouse is gonna be, I think, continue to be an issue all the way
okay.
through.
And I apologize, because again, I'm part of Rick was at the first couple with you guys, and then, we have this architect, and so I was kind of letting him, and then he's like, well, they didn't want the doghouse, and then they didn't want the hatch, and I was like, okay, I don't know.
The hatch is.
So we're okay with the hatch here. Okay. That way we just get rid of the doghouse altogether, now you don't see anything.
Yeah,
But as far as, railing,
then it just becomes a railing issue.
a railing issue, which, kind of black metal is kind of what I'm seeing around the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, we still have to understand how everything we've discussed all up to this point, how it interfaces with everything and how that fits on the roof system and secured and set back from the parapet and making sure that all the drawings kind of tie out that way. But I think that gets you a heck of a lot closer to where we need to be.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, from how it works, engineering and building department will handle all that. So, for me and for you guys, I just want to make sure that architecturally reviewable thing
Right.
is, does the railing
Yeah,
go
let
where
it
you
be-
want it to go? We'll worry about the system and how it ties in and structurally with the engineering.
Right.
Not with this architect.
Keeping it as invisible as possible.
That's what's important to you
Yeah,
guys. is-
absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
And, to your point, black metal, to the extent that you can make it thinner or less obtrusive.
Sure.
You don't want it to be loose.
Okay,
So, but you're gonna, code is gonna govern a lot.
for sure. Yeah.
Am I speaking as an attorney, guys?
Yeah, well, I felt like I was fine with the doghouse last time.
I'll say
And I'm not,
How do you feel about the hatch though? Do you not like the hatch? Do you think that's?
I'm gonna stick to the Victorian Village guidelines here and things. I mean, I would recommend you talk pretty closely with your architect about what is code compliant. So I'm not sure exactly how that would go, but
We may do that. I don't know what Columbus is.
I think the renderings did demonstrate the doghouse was barely visible from right of ways, and the alley view is, a secondary concern.
Wait, are you potentially say that, I know that you can't specifically say, hey,
This would fall under the bucket of show us options.
Are
So
you
like,
kind of saying that the hatch might not be code compliant?
I don't know enough about all of that. I would just pay close attention to it with your architects and see what they have said.
As well as possibly reach out to building and zoning to make sure
Sure.
what,
If they would offer, certainly if the building department would offer you guidance on this, I wouldn't hurt to ask the question.
because sometimes we've had, it's been okay architecturally for us when building and zoning reviews it. And they're like, no, this needs to meet our code and guidelines.
Gotcha.
So you need to come back, which we prefer everything to go more so in a linear path than in circles.
Sure.
Which sometimes is easier said than done. But if you want to reach out to building and zoning and see like if they had, any preference for their coding guidelines on how it can be interpreted or followed for installing something on the roof.
Gotcha. Okay. But I guess, and again, just to reiterate, the board here, what's most important aesthetically, architecturally is as low profile, as low visibility as possible.
I mean, the short versions are, don't screw up anything old, right? Don't do anything that's irreversible to the building, and make it as unobtrusive as possible.
Okay.
And if you can meet all those criteria, that's how we get.
Gotcha.
And a code.
And code compliant.
Echo.
I'm not a code officer. I don't have anything about that.
As part of those processes, that what you're showing from that perspective
Sure.
is something that's feasible.
Yeah.
For you, and it's
Right.
not necessarily for us, it's just making sure you're going down the right path. That's,
Okay.
so,
Cool.
okay.
All right.
And then this one, right now, this one is, really shouldn't be conceptual, it should be for action.
Yes.
So I'm presuming,
Are we continuing?
presuming that we.
I think we don't have the right material for you guys to truly make a decision today. So, I mean, I would say let's.
No, we really appreciate it from that perspective. I think that helps us prepare and be a little bit more pointed, in the conversation. So
Yeah.
very helpful, understand. Is there a motion to continue? Steve?
Yeah, I can make a motion. I would move to continue application COA 25007778, 28 through 32 Wells Avenue, to continue the application.
Is there a second? Second. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's continue.
Cool.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Have a good week. Yep. We'll see you.
All right, I'm actually just going to try to see if this is gonna work. And close everything out. And then if I open,
It should be.
I hope, I'm just, is it, if we open one by one, is this going to?
Yeah,
work?
it's you don't have a brand on that.
Yeah, we probably don't have a lot of things going for us on this computer, it's just,
Application 9982 Highland.
I worked for the city, that's the first thing I did, bought my own RAM. No,
Application 9. That was two applications there.
Hello.
thank
Hey
you
there.
for your patience.
Oh, my pleasure.
All right, I'm gonna start off by reading the staff report, and then our chair will start with it.
Okay.
So this is application number 9982 Highland Street. This is to replace the non-original windows with window by Anderson and replace the existing front door with a fiberglass half-light door with a 4-key window. Commissioners at the business meeting requested additional photos of the front door showing damage or deterioration. They were curious as to why the door was being replaced and not restored. Clarification is needed as to the plan for the existing transom that will be retained or removed. The windows were approved for replacement in 2021. The windows were included. The example provided for the 2019 remodeling windows was due to a non-historic nature of our residence in which the windows would be replaced. HBO staff would encourage the commission to further review the windows for appropriateness if they're interested. The windows are composed out of fibers, which is 40% reclaimed wood and 60% thermal plastics. Staff does recommend the continuation of the application to allow the applicant to update materials inside guide designs to more code guidelines. So typical staff recommendation is from the approved windows list, which we will put quite a few times earlier in this meeting. Basics for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, as well as the Victorian Village Guidelines on windows and doors.
Awesome, thanks. Can you state your name, sir? Do you sworn in?
My name is Eric Porpenny.
Perfect. Do you agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, sir. Anything that you want to add to the application?
No, we're not gonna do anything with the transom to reference that. So that's gonna stay original. And then what we do is just take out the old frame, put in a new wood frame, and then the frame of the door itself is Fibrex, which is a wood composite. And then that's what the windows are made out of as well. The front doors wanting to be replaced by the owner because it's hard to open and it's warped, so a lot of that's hard to repair. It was hard for me to tell if the door is original or not, but I know the windows have been replaced before, so they have glass issues as well.
All right, so maybe let's talk about the door first, if that's okay. And then we'll switch to the window. Any comments on just the door replacement?
Yeah, I think, well, what we had talked about at the business meeting is it's fairly high bar to reach in terms of replacing the original, or especially if we don't know what it is, what's going on. So one of the things I asked for, and I don't see it here, but it was, we need more photos of the condition on the door in terms of, you know, with just as many pictures as you can get to show us what the condition is of the door, so we can make an evaluation on whether that should be replaced or repaired, because the preference obviously goes to repair. Especially if it's a original one, there's a good chance that this one is. So I think that's the starting point.
So if the door is warping, which makes it hard to close, and this is not something you've visited Kimberly or have visited.
I have not done so.
Okay. So, I mean, if there's some photo evidence, putting something straight and level up against the door and showing how it's out of plane, or it's not just a door hardware issue or something, I think that would help make the case that replacement's warranted. So yeah, how are you going to repair a door to be?
Yeah, and I do have some other pictures that the homeowner had sent that I can send, but it's hard to capture really. The weather stripping's falling off too, but I know that can be repaired, so.
Is the frame in a non-repairable condition also? Would it ever be possible to simply replace the door leaf?
Not that I'm aware of.
Place?
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. And then the customer's also concerned about like the glass, the efficiency and all that, which can only be do so much with, so. But I can try to get more pictures as best I can.
Now, I'm also going to ask, are you continuing site visit?
Not necessarily.
It may come to it.
And I was just curious if that had taken place.
No.
Okay.
I'm also trying to get ahead of, like, if you do want a site visit, like, we can get the ball rolling, you know, too.
I think if we get sufficient pictures, you probably.
Okay.
So with the transom being left as is and a new door frame being proposed, how does that work from a, construction standpoint?
So do we have a picture of like the full door with the transom? I don't know. Yeah, but the transom's above there. Yeah, so.
If you scroll down, yeah, it's a big picture.
Okay, hold on.
There's enough structure between which is really not even a transom anymore, it's just wood that's been painted.
Well, there's the transom frame.
Yeah, so that's gonna be removed and that's not. So that's actually, there's enough, there's several inches of structure between that. So this portion would stay. We do have the ability to put a glass transom there if you guys wanted us to, but the customer wanted to keep that.
And so the transom jamb eventually would have that would be there remaining in place. There'd be a new door jamb underneath of it.
Yeah,
Some kind of transition between old and new.
yeah, we would end up,
There.
yeah, and he wanted to do cocoa bean on the doors, so we would put that and then wrap essentially up to where that starts. And then the cocoa bean, I think I have the color swap on the pictures, so. But that could be painted to whatever you guys would want if you wanted it to match.
I think it would be nice to see some further drawings show, you know, the extent of the removal, the extent of what's staying in place,
Okay,
and how it all goes together.
Okay.
What aligns, you know, how deep the new door frame is, compared to the depth of the existing transom. How they all align. I'm not really convinced that it's the best, most appropriate modification to this material, this part of the building. Unless there's a really strong argument to be made that it looks great, looks appropriate, looks like it's just repairs of existing construction or in-kind replacement.
What, is there something, so we don't have pictures of the interior of where the transom would be. Is there something that would prevent that transom from being reopened? Like, has the ceiling been lowered?
yeah, I believe it's just drywalled over now.
Yeah, but I mean, is there something, so, I mean, knocking the plaster for the transom is not a big deal, but what I'm wondering is, has the ceiling been dropped or something such that the transom could not be restored without, you know, by just punching back through?
We should be able.
It just cuts up, yeah, that picture right there, it just cuts off a little too low.
Yeah, they just put the.
I think, and again, we're just speaking for me, but I think if we're going down a path where we're replacing the door, I mean, I think you gotta do the transom. I don't see, like, I don't see how that doesn't. Again, speaking for myself.
I think Kevin's point, I think is pretty clear, just being able to understand the construction, how it's an area, there are definitely some difficulties. And I think it'd be nice if we start with, not necessarily thinking about just the door, and thinking about more about the masonry and that hopefully, and how you're going to address that, instead of looking at it a little bit differently. I think that clarity, I think will just help the conversation for sure.
Okay.
All right, team, anything else before, feel pretty comfortable, putting the door? Okay. Can we go ahead and move to windows? So any thoughts on this one, on windows and stuff?
These were approved?
So these have been replaced, these are replacements. But as far as approval, I don't know when the date was on those.
So, yeah, the windows were approved for replacement in 2021.
But they weren't then, they subsequently then were not.
I think these might be replacement windows, then just not, but they're, well,
They're older than 2021.
I was gonna say,
so they probably got approved.
they just didn't do it.
They just didn't do it. Yeah, they're now this gentleman's direct next door neighbor has replaced their windows somewhat recently. You can tell from the aluminum wraps that they have. And I think the neighbor did vinyl, which you get a lot more glass loss, and our nice thing with our Fiberx materials, it's the same strength and durability of a classic wood window. So we're the replacement division of Anderson, and Anderson's been around since 1904. So we do a lot of work in Old Worthington and Muirfield where you can't do vinyl. And the benefit of just the polymer mix is just so that it won't rot. But other than that, it doesn't have a weld. It's the exact same engineering as a wood window, but just lasts longer.
So which neighbor is this with vinyl windows?
So I'm looking at the Greco's house at 982. They're the next one to the right. I don't know them or anything. I've never met them. I just noticed when I was there.
Because we don't. approve vinyl. Most part I don't.
I guess I shouldn't speak with 100% certainty that they're vinyl because I didn't do it inside. I haven't been in their house, but just looking at the house, I thought it was
I'll
like
double
vinyl.
check, because perhaps it is a fiberglass or something.
It could be, yeah. And they did a dark color, which I thought maybe looked like black. And so what we were trying to do was stick with more of a red rock cocoa bean, which is what's more currently there, to keep more of the look than their neighbor did.
Did we get any product data in proposed windows?
We
Other-
got, I do not believe so.
So I think it would be good to see dimensions
Do you need the physical sample as well? Would that be helpful?
The last
Or
time.
is the corner, would the corner piece help?
Yeah.
I think it's.
I did include a picture of the corner piece, if that's
Yes.
helpful.
Okay. Yes.
I think I think I would feel more comfortable if it was a larger sample, just understanding it. It's really tough seeing the cut sheets and comparing the cut sheets and the rigor there to be able to kind of see it and marry it up to them. So if there was an ability of being able to gain a sample, I think that would be very helpful. I think it helped our earlier application in terms of that valuation that we set dialogue. So I think that would be very helpful.
Like putting a window.
Yeah.
Okay.
This, yeah, if there's, at least if there's some understanding, I think the staff recommendation, I think our thoughts and our recommendations, we were trying to gear towards being consistent, and staying on the, I want to say the approved list, this again, maintaining that sense of consistency. If there is other products or projects, or I'm sorry, other products that have different materiality and what those merits are, I think, to the brief we went earlier and such, I think we owe, the application and the applicant to be able to talk us through those items, to understand maybe the path, forward. So, there are a lot of nuances that we talked about windows, but having that information, that data in front of us, I think it's going to give us a better, discussion and more informed decision.
So 2019, the commission approved.
Well, they were approved to be replaced with the window that's still being proposed currently. The same
So
exact.
it was for a new build specifically. And I can tell you from that date, there were 2 staff people in the office.
And so these,
And like not in the office, in the department.
the approval from 2021 is not to replace window on this property with the proposed product. It is to replace windows at a different property with
Well,
the proposed product.
so the,
Because we have that in the back of the packet here.
Yeah.
Two addresses that are not.
No,
in
it's
the
also
back.
it was a test case.
so some of them, it would be nice if Adobe did what it used to do, where we had a Zoom that it would just go to like page. Because some of the things, like back at the end of 2019, getting into COVID, we had 2 members of staff within a week of each other. So it was me and it was a more senior member of staff who were remaining. So sometimes depending on who it was, if it was more, the other person was more experienced, she might have been a little more lenient. HBO might have been more lenient. So this approval is for 891 Denison. This was reviewed by the commission specifically.
Okay.
So that's where you get a little bit of variation. I think staff's recommendation was from the approved windows list. So, but we do have an example of it being approved.
So
And then this is set of type case, which we haven't been back out to see. So I can always reach out to the homeowner to see if we can get some pictures in field of how it's weathered and worn. And then this one is the 1116 Highland, which was a staff approval because the product was approved to do non-historic nature of the residence.
So in your staff report, would you say these windows? It is not the red windows.
Yeah.
These.
Yeah. So the red windows we're seeing were, I think, approved for replacement. I do not believe they're original,
Okay.
just by what we're seeing. So that is also why site visit hasn't been conducted, because if they're non-original windows, we're okay with them not being replaced, because they've already been replaced.
Sure.
And as you can see, there's some damage that has, occurred. So I'm okay with replacing these windows. It's just a question of, what it is.
But the commission hasn't issued like 3 years ago an approval
Yeah.
for this
No,
building. For this building.
Yeah, for the building or for the specific window, that was like a difference.
So there was a test case that was approved, and then it was also approved for a new construction. for this type of window.
Yes. So we have examples of them field and as well as we get the sample and we can take a better look at it as well.
How would I, get the sample to you?
You can just bring it to the meeting.
Okay, when's the next meeting?
So I'm assuming we're gonna continue.
I think so.
So,
We're headed that way. Okay.
yeah, you can either bring it to the business meeting or the hearing. And business meeting is 2 weeks from today, which is the last Wednesday in August. And as long as I have any additional information that I need to continue, it sounds like we do need a little bit more documentation, which you'll have a week from today to submit additional stuff with the caveat of the physical sample needs to be brought in person. And if we meet that deadline, business meetings 2 weeks from today, so that would be. I have it right in front of me, because I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head, I don't need to do that, August 27th. And then the next hearing is Wednesday, September 10th. But, if you can make it to the business meeting, it's informal. You can bring it then. And if on the off chance the commission has more questions or if we don't have quorum, you could leave the sample with me and I can kind of bring it down to the hearing. You will need to take it at some point because I don't want to hang on to it in perpetuity. We don't have space for that. Or you can bring it to the hearing. If you were here earlier, we did have the Pella representative for a different app. We had 2 windows in the phone.
Is the problem with that it's not wood? Because we don't have a wood window, so.
Not necessarily.
More about the construction dimension.
I have a ton of pictures on my iPad. I don't know if that.
Yeah, when it's not on the approved list, it's.
And if the customer would rather just not do the door, that's an option then, and then maybe at least do the windows potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have any updates to the application, please let me know.
Okay.
Too, that way, I'm not reading off an incorrect description. And we have accuracy of information to approve.
And there's always, if it should come down to, we have the ability to split the application at the end. If that, if you say, all right, let's not do the door during the meeting. You can-
Well, I don't know if the door is gonna be able to get approved, so he may just have to, not do it, especially if he needs to do a transom and all that. Sounds like that'll probably be the best, and then I'll see if he wants to go forward or, change to wood windows, so.
Yeah, and I think having the detail, as Commissioner Farzo was saying, with the door would help them understand, like, what exactly are we looking at? How are things going to fit together?
Mhm.
Sometimes having that visual does help either further conversation or ensure that, what is happening is in the code of guidelines.
So then the next official hearing would be September.
Yeah, September 10th. And kind of like this one, I send those emails out beforehand, so either if I've got questions, you'll know, or if you have questions for me, you can let me know too. Then you get the agenda a week before the business meeting and then the updated agenda and staff reports a week before the hearing or a couple of days. It's just how the patrons fell this time.
Sounds good.
Awesome. So there a motion to continue.
Motion on application COA 2500691 982 Highland Street to continue the application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir. Really appreciate that. Number 2.
Yeah, number 10, which is 710 Mill Avenue.
Okay. Number 10. Number 10 is, what's the address?
710 Mill Avenue.
10 is not here.
Oh.
Number 11.
Try one again.
Yeah, do you want to
Where's the
call
front one?
34 West Poplar?
34 West Poplar. Is that here? Yep, we're over number 11.
Like number 11 is, oh. All right. Come on and sit down. All right, so go ahead and sit down. I'll read the staff report. So this application is for 135 West Second Avenue to construct a 22 foot by 22 foot garage with an overall height of approximately 13 feet 10 inches. The garage material will include the James Harley fiber cement siding in the Jordan color, Owens Corning, or tin plate and top shingles, and color from the list. The 6-inch gate style gutters painted alabaster. Hella Architect Series wood windows, also the repainted alabaster. The Therma-Tru smooth siding, fiberglass person door in the same color there. The garage door, full pay bottom steel garage door with flush panel. The landscaping would include the velvet brick pavers in the Victorian pavers color and a woven steel fence. Commissioners at the business meeting wanted to confirm if variances were needed or not. They were concerned about lot coverage. The applicant has confirmed there are no variances required. The addition and proposed carriage house were reviewed in 2022. The addition was approved in June 22 and then reviewed in 2024. This proposed garage was smaller in height and footprint than the previously proposed carriage house. Staff recommends approval of the application with any clarification submitted to staff for review prior to issuance of a certificate. The basis, the recommendation is to the code for 116 we standards for the construction, as well as the 20 years guidelines on the construction.
Can you state your name, sir, and get you sworn in?
Eric Sherrill.
Do you agree to tell the truth without the truth?
Absolutely.
Anything that you need to add
No.
to the application? Nope. Awesome. That is it. Turn over to commission comments. Any thoughts?
I think we can move to.
Okay, I think the only clarification is just, ridge roll, right? I'm presuming it's not showing the drawing, but I'm just presuming that's gonna be part of it.
Yeah.
Just, yeah. Okay. Ridge roll from the,
So we need the typical.
yeah, exactly. Okay, is there a motion, team?
The motion on application COA 2500774, 135 West Second Avenue to approve as submitted with the following clarification that ridge roll, standard ridge roll will be used on the book.
Is there a second?
Seconds.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
taking so long for like not even a minute.
It's what we do.
Great application.
Yes,
That's
thank you.
very helpful. Thank you.
All right, does anyone want to call number 12 for 852 Neal Avenue?
Hello. My name's Kyle.
All right, so I'll read the staff report off here and then our chair, Commissioner Connell, is ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is application number 12, 852 North Avenue. The application is to remove overgrown pines and dead shrubs from the front yard, remove and replace the existing deck stone retaining wall with limestone retaining wall and re-landscape the front yard and tree lawn. New landscaping includes public service, the water fountain, new bushes, and other plants. This application is the result of a code violation for work already completed. The commissioners at the business committee noted that the water feature may not be appropriate, but further discussion is needed. Discussing at the hearing would likely include the following: can the fountain be considered art? Is it appropriate in its current location? Does the fountain attract from the overall architecture of the house? And what is a permanent versus temporary feature of life? Commissioners also requested additional photos of the house and the surrounding context, specifically when being directly across the street. Commissioners, that has been added. There was a slightly late addition because I noticed it almost right before the meeting. So it should reflect on your Kindles as well as here.
From across the street.
Yes, there were a number of photos added. This was another one of those, staff unfortunately does not get updates if an application is marked complete in their system, which we know is an. And HBO staff does not support the water fountain in the front yard as it does not comply with the standards for site improvements, which is code. 2116-15. Staff recommends continuation of the application to allow for the design to be updated to better about the code guidelines. Basis for recommendation is City Code 3116-11, which standards alteration, as well as Victorian Village guidelines on fences and yards, and City Code 3116-13 with standards for site review.
Can you guys state your name and get your sworn in?
Yeah, I'm Kyle Zumfeldy.
Perfect. You both agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Perfect. Understandable. It's part of the process.
No, that's fine. My first time.
Definitely, no worries at all. No worries.
So, if you don't mind me starting just a little
Yeah,
bit,
exactly.
I
Exactly.
do
We'll
just
do-
want
we'll
to
give you-
apologize.
We'll
Okay,
give you some time to talk about the application and then we'll open up the comments. So
Okay.
perfect. So-
thank you. I appreciate it. So all of this, I really do feel so bad about. I bought my house back in December and I read the Victorian Village Handbook about like everything that would be needed done, because there's definitely a lot of things with this house inside and out that needed some attention. And so I was trying to be very prepared. Next year, like I'm planning to do some of the bigger things that will require an application, windows, shingles, like there's a lot of things that require that stuff. So I'm like building that application with Marvin's windows. Like I saw like the approved list and everything. I did not see landscaping anywhere within that handbook, and I wasn't aware of this code, and I'm so sorry about that. But I like talked to my neighbors and they were like, yeah, we put in like some of this stuff. And I was like, okay, cool. And so I started way back in February and then got a notification in June that I had, well, July, that I had broken code. So I just want to start with that. So I'm sorry about that. So this is definitely a retroactive design, where the work, they posted it on my door the day it was completed. So it is all done. I have lots of pictures of it done. And then I retroactively like found all the stuff that an application requires. So this is the house previously. There was a ton of pine trees and just dead bushes. There really wasn't hardly anything alive in the landscaping. And so I started this kind of design on my own. I wish I had known to do it with you guys, so I'm sorry about that. But a lot of my friends are landscape architects. I was part of the scholars program at OSU and then went and became a dentist. But so we were coming up with like all these different things. And then I hired Oakland to like finalize and come up with what plants. And we came up with this design kind of centered around two things. One being the active things that were currently there. So like the pine tree directly in front of the front door and the ones on the sides, and kind of replicating that height just a little bit, nowhere near as tall, but keeping like the same symmetry, but then also trying to keep in line with like the current materials that were there. So there's an old cast wrought iron fence that's there. It's kind of like a charcoal iron gray a little bit, and that inspired most of the decisions. You can kind of see it in that picture right there. So the fountain itself is got two different parts of it. It's got stone. When it's dry and not on, it's the exact same color as the house that's in this picture to the right. It's that like kind of like brown tan. We searched until we found a stone that was identical to that. And then it's got some red in it as well. I got some like close-up zoom pictures of that to match my house. And then the other sides of it are cut with like that same color that the fence is. And then separately, there was a retaining wall that the current one was crumbling. So I wanted to replace it with a same height, same thickness, just new materials. And so I searched and found the exact same, I mean, not exact, but very, very similar, same height, same type of stone as the foundation of the house. It's a limestone, it's 8 inches. The current wall was, it was kind of all over the place because it was crumbling, but anywhere between 16 and like 30 inches. I went right in the middle. It's at about like 22 inches. They're 8 inches each, and 2 inches of it will go in below the sidewalk. And then finally, at the like street level, those bushes were too big for anybody to get out of their cars. So I wanted to create more like access for people. So in this picture, you can kind of see how there's space for people to open their doors, get out, etc. And then I lined all of it with the same color of metal around like the sidewalks and borders and everything to hold in all the mulch and not let anything go anywhere. And that is universal throughout like the upper and lower section. So those colors kind of all matching, trying to keep traditional with like all like classic materials. It's only like stone,
and the same colors. And that's kind of how we came up with it. The house itself has a super high pitch, which is very unique for that street. All the other ones are typically like the more like boxy, pure square ones. Like you can see all the ones neighboring that are like that. And then mine has this really pitched roof. And so we went with a lot of vertical features to kind of draw that. When you're standing at the street, we have a bunch of conical bushes that then lead up to it. I actually think one of the last pictures kind of shows it. But a bunch of conical bushes kind of going up to the front, and then those fountains having a little bit of a verticality to it. And also keeping in line with what's in the neighborhood, with Godell Park being right around the corner, that fountain being there, that's kind of what inspired us. And then when I was choosing this fountain, I didn't want anything that would only be good during certain parts of the year. So during the winter, these don't have to be covered. It will still just be the classic stone, won't need any alterations whatsoever. They'll just be turned off. So all year round, they'll look good. And the water comes out about loosely 4 inches above it, and it just kind of flows down. There's pebbles at the base of that just because it has to for the pond. Then we have like the metal around it, and then everything else is mulch, all at the same level.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe, let's just take the, kind of the two, maybe let's go retaining wall. And then maybe three things, retaining wall maybe, and then general, maybe general landscaping, so we'll bring the public that material from the back, and then we'll go with the. Right, so first one is retaining wall, maybe not some materiality, height, all of those kind of things.
No, I mean, this falls in line with, well, first of all, thank you for the explanation. That very thoughtful solution to the design choices. But, you know, the wall, I think, you know, is one that we talked about quite a bit, the scale and material. Both seem reasonable here. The relationship to the standard, not doing the right complementary of neighbors. The other piece to that we scrutinize is the combination of wall and fence. We often push for those, a little bit of separation between those two to not create that intimidating that is
Walking next to a
down the
7-foot
street.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so that those are pushed away from each other. You can put layering of material, I think, will flood those things.
Well, you know, one thing that stood out to me when I was looking at this, the very unusual location for a front stair, in that it's not aligned with the front porch.
It bothered me too.
That said, it's the same location as was there before. I'm not sure if there would be from archives to when that sidewalk is located there.
I see now. My neighbor told me that they redid like the whole front in the 80s, like right when Seymour bought it, and that he put that wrought iron fence and the pathway then. So it was like loosely like 80, like early 80s.
Yeah. So, I mean, I couldn't think of or see any other examples on the street where the front step is not lead directly to the porch. That says that I don't mind personally, and it's something that was there before this proposal, i.e. work was done. So to me, it's just a feature of the property at this point.
Existing condition and the stops that are on board, at least it still has a relationship to the home.
Well, certainly it's centered smack dab on the window. So it certainly has a relationship to the house. Which I think is just worth. And, you know, I wanted to bring that up because it's so when you.
No, I thought the same thing, I saw out of the Senate, that way, but, you know.
This proposal is maintaining the, you know, existing condition in that way.
Move on to maybe just kind of the general planting.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that we should note is the removal of existing trees, which is something that we definitely take into consideration. I think it's usually the negative way of removal of an existing mature tree. What I think we do need to consider here is the state of those trees, particularly being, we're looking for material that's complementary to the house and it's not covering up important features of the house. You can argue that that tree up on particular was covering entrance units. So because of that, and the nature of it being an evergreen, I don't find an issue with removal of that. Again, those are things that should come to us first. But I think in this case, it was an appropriate measure.
My neighbor said that, he planted those trees then because the neighborhood was a little less safe and he didn't want anybody looking in the house. The intent was not.
Anything else on?
And the rest, I mean, there are some replacement, smaller scale replacement trees, general plant palette is appropriate. Well,
That makes sense. So I'll just check in that box and, all right, so the next one is just kind of talking about the fountain, so. Some of the comments related to the fountain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the guidelines cover this proposal very closely. I think I appreciate the sort of like highlighting in the staff report about, detracting from the design of the house or, I think busyness was also mentioned somewhere, but to me, I don't see much busyness in what's submitted here. The fountain is quite modest in a lot of ways, although it's not maybe of an aesthetic that's expected. It isn't something that I see as busy or obstructing building elements or cluttered. Yeah, cluttered or busy. It doesn't, to me, appear cluttered or busy. And with the fact that it's not obstructing the entrance into the porch, although it is in front of the porch, I think it's a very unique condition. So I'm interested to hear our folks get thoughts on this too. But to me, it doesn't seem like it's, you look at the photos of this one on the screen, it's certainly less obstructive than the pine tree that was there before in terms of the house's features. And even the shadowy background of the porch almost complements the, the darkened material selection.
Yeah, well, so I think, first of all, thank you for putting as much thought into the fountain and everything, frankly, that you have. I think you probably put more thought into the fountain than most people put into most of their homes. So that is much appreciated and helps us get to where we need to be in terms of materiality, color, fit, all of that stuff. We certainly saw the letters from the neighbors and, appreciate those being submitted, as well. One thing that I got to thinking about with this was the Goodale Park fountain because of one of those letters, right? You want to talk about something that doesn't quite fit. Right, the thing with the elephant and all the brick and like, it's just, that's not a Victorian fountain, very.
So the elephant parlor.
Here we go, right? So, so that was the discussion we were having is like, is this more art than something else, right? Is that really, that's how that ended up?
I think it's one of the city's art pieces. So it would have been reviewed by the art commission. And the fountain itself could have been an art piece. I would have to go down that rabbit.
Yeah, and so, we're not art critics here. I think that is an aspect here that plays in. I do agree. I don't think it detracts from the home. If this were brought in a clean application where it hadn't been done already, I think we would probably be taken a little aback by it. But I think the context that you brought in terms of how you selected that and why you selected that, I think that would add a different level to it. So, short answer is I think I can get on with it.
I think it's a good point of we have to step back and view this as a non-built application essentially.
And I'm really sorry about
And,
that.
yeah, that's totally get it. And yeah, to be taken aback by this on first blush. Appreciate the meaning behind this, the thoughtfulness. I go to, there's the idea of being an art piece, whether it's an art piece or not, any kind of element in the yard. What is appropriate? That is not defined in our kind. What is defined is how it is relating and interacting with the home. How it's either complementing or could be distracting from the home. For me, it comes down to, would this feel more appropriate if it were a classical urn or a statue or something? And then you can get into the discussion of, are you trying to replicate the historical
False history.
a false history? And this obviously is not doing that, which I appreciate. And it comes down to placement, scale, and material. And so placement, there's a thoughtful placement relating to the architecture of the home, and particularly in this case where you already have this condition where the stairs aren't where the stairs should be, and it's balancing that material, without you even explaining it, the stone, that kind of simple quality material, I think is appropriate. And then when you talk about the color selection and how that is not only to this one, but also the adjacent one, some complementary features there. I think those two boxes check off in my line real quickly. The only one maybe is somewhat debatable for me is scale. And I think it's borderline. When you're at street level, it feels a little bit more imposing, but seeing it, I really appreciate these shots from across the street, because all of a sudden you look at that in relationship to the scale of the porch and it doesn't feel wrong. So I don't see anything in the guidelines that,
We're not going to, because they're going to put it in code, so we're gonna have to look.
and I also don't see anything in the code
So
that clearly
standards
states,
for setting,
why this isn't appropriate.
so keep in mind, we start thinking about, we weren't thinking about fountains, and what they were gonna be found in yards. So we're looking at the standards for site improvements, so landscaping, and parking, utility services, walkways, and similar improvements should be compatible to each other. So we're gonna look at what's, along the street, do we see any additional fountains out of that kind of thing. And then what we typically also look for is, are we considering this temporary? They can be moved in a place. Well, because we're not talking about that, but I think we might be getting to that point, and I just want to make sure, like, I was thinking maybe it's temporary, that theoretically you could take it out and then we would skip the whole thing. And if we're getting to the point of like, hey, we're gonna approve this, I want to make sure we're setting up that discussion. Hey, this is what we're thinking of, and yes, we are acknowledging the standards for site improvement, but this is how I'm interpreting that. Because we keep mentioning guidelines, but we need to take a step back. Oh,
Yeah, and yes, I appreciate that, Kimberly, and I think even there, the code is not, there's some subjectivity there.
Yeah.
Interpretation of it to determine, regardless what this is, if anything in that location as an object that is not plant material, is that appropriate?
Mhm.
And what is appropriate? We can debate that probably all night.
Yeah, I mean.
Compatible,
I don't want to, but.
compatible to each other and the subject building or structure as well through adjacent properties, open spaces, and, he described the coloring as, in terms of the neighboring building and his building, and now you might have read the code and also trying to do an end run here, but still, but let's take you at your word, right? That thought has been put into it and it's intended to fit into this agreement.
And that's where I think that was my interpretation of that scale material placement.
okay.
And I would say too, I mean, if there's a maple tree planted theoretically where the fountain is, and that lives for 25 years, that's a big root ball, and it can get into stuff like sidewalks, foundations and things, and it's difficult to remove. I don't know how the plumbing works, it's fountain, but I suspect that it would be fairly easy for a homeowner to cap it and remove.
It's self-sustaining, so I just feel like it's basically like pond, and then there's this up, and then it goes to all of them separately, and then empty all right.
So that helps you burn.
So, I mean, to me, that seems like something that could be removed in the future, certainly without damaging the character of the front lawn beyond something that, something else can replace it.
Here's maybe another thing that I think this is obviously unique. I think in being careful in the future, would I think that this is appropriate with every single house marching down the street? I don't. There is something, and this is again, one of those nuances about looking about the totality, not just the individual, but same reason why there's a beauty in that not every house looks exactly the same, not every landscape looks exactly the same. We want to make water feature on every single house.
I feel like, I was bad, I wrote myself a little note here, because I feel like if this thing is able to move forward, that I think we kind of come back to the uniqueness of the composition of how the streetscape engages the house, and so I think it's relatable to the existing, walkway. So I think that I would feel more comfortable if we had that would prevent this idea that this is kind of marching down the street at every kind of location. So I think that's the kind of unique, kind of odd thing relatable to this, it just does this thing, try to help, resolve some of the oddities that has happened to this home over time, as it relates to how the walkway and the porch and the home engages the streetscape. So. Anything else?
Do we, need any more evidence to be submitted from the applicant about the proposal in terms of its, how well it can be written in the future? Or, any other justification, I guess?
It's a good point, but if this were physically there, you can see, I think we would ask them the details of the house itself, about how it's resolved, how it's constructed, and, more document information on the material and the scale of it. So that is, obviously can speak there, but I think that is at least the.
And we're probably gonna have people ask them about similar features in their yards, so having that information will probably also help to be like, hey, this is the standard that we're setting, and this is what somebody else has done. What the commission support based on, the details that we see that it could be.
The one thing I do have is when they were constructing it, to know where the pipes were, I took a picture before they were put. So they're sitting on like, just cinder blocks, and then the piping's like below it. I can send that. It's about the only thing I really kind of have other than the finished product, but it shows where they all go within OSSR, so I can turn them off.
And just for my own clarity, the like stone around it is covering all that, like the black, river rock.
Yeah, it's basically just a pond filled with stones. So it's like lined with a liner, and then it would be like a body of water if it wasn't big rocks, and that hides it from looking like.
And the piping is below the sort of bowl or within
Yeah,
it.
so like in between them, it's like three just PVC pipes that come together and then go to a pump at the bottom, and that's it.
Okay.
Like it like pumps itself up and it just comes down. It's all done.
I wouldn't mind seeing that.
You can make it a condition, should get submitted to staff.
Or subcommittee if you wanted to see it too.
Well, I'm just one person, so I wouldn't mind continuing it so that it could be further submitted, but if other people want to make a motion for other action, I'd be.
Yeah, and I'm going to go off of that and ask, if we're thinking of continuing, is there any part of the application you could just approve and submit it?
Probably,
Okay.
most likely, yeah, so, for sure.
I'll be clear, I'm okay with it. So. But
Yeah, I think in my mind, it's just making sure we're setting ourselves up for sure success in the future, for sure. Why?
Yeah.
And support documentation, I think will help with that, but it's gonna change. It's not gonna change my.
For sure.
So,
Yeah, I would still, I'll reserve the right to change, feedback in some ways. If there's gonna be more evidence submitted and the application continued, I think I would still want to review it, but I'm happy to, vote for approval on the retaining wall and the landscaping.
If you would like, I do have a picture on my iPad and then
I think we will need it, by
Just in that.
various, application deadlines.
So it's, so thinking about that, I think everybody's on to shake their head that way too, as well, just to make sure that we're putting ourselves in the right spot for the future. So it's being able to break the application, break components, and then allowing the retaining wall, let's say general landscaping move forward. And it'll be a continuance of, let's say, the item C, which would be the fountain, to gain the, is that something that's?
So we can do the approvals all together, so we could do A for the
Yeah.
new wall and general landscaping.
Yeah.
And theoretically, continue the fountain part,
That's right.
or we could, just lump it all together depending on how it goes.
Is there any benefit to even splitting it?
I don't know that we
I
need.
don't think it, there's, yeah, at least, no.
I don't think we need to split it, like unless there's a reason from the violation perspective that it needs to be resolved faster.
That's understandable. In this case, it's not like the construction is moving. forward.
Right, exactly. What do you get them back?
As long as code knows they're working with us, they're not going to push it further.
Probably the safest way to do it, from that
I
perspective.
mean, you want to do a subcommittee? I mean, we can just do it all as a final approval and stuff like that.
I don't know, I don't feel like, I feel like I'll be pushing Kevin in the wrong degree, and so.
I should have, can you, how do you feel about a subcommittee?
I've never done, but,
It's an email, they send you the stuff. and-
Yes, I will say from the applicant's perspective that the subcommittee review might sound glamorous and glorious, but sometimes it takes longer than coming back to a hearing.
But I'm trying to avoid you guys having to come back from it.
that would be so nice.
I think this is unique enough that
Want to keep it at a hearing?
keep it in hearing.
That's the right way to do it.
Okay.
Particularly with staff's, stance on this and maybe like good dialogue, it's diligence.
So I know we backed out a little bit there, I think it was great dialogue, I think from that perspective, but we're gonna try to keep it all together, if that's okay. Since it doesn't, pressure you guys in terms of getting something complete. But I think our sensitivity is just making sure that we have the right information set, or making the right informed decisions. Just make sure that we're setting ourselves up for the right thing for people.
All right, so what are we asking for? Just
So I think right now, we can run down the list as far as what we're asking for.
Yeah.
And so I think what I've heard right now is, I think really trying to understand documentation related to the problem. And it's kind of the nature of it being temporary. I think that's the kind of component of it. And if there's, without having drawing documents, if there's photographic documentation, I think it's acceptable from that perspective. It may be stages of construction that just kind of solidifies that, or you have one shot that just says, well, this says this temporary. I think that helps from that perspective, Kevin. I think that's what I was hearing.
It could be a hand sketch.
Yeah, I'm curious
If you
if we
know
go
where-
back to the contractor and get a quick full sketch, just documenting.
Or if you know where it all is.
Yeah, it's kind of like.
You want to-
Oh, I just have that picture, like would that
Should be.
suffice? It shows where it all goes.
It'd be nice
I can
if
draw it
we
for
could see a
sure.
little bit more, but, any further evidence about how temporary or permanent the fountain is in the front yard, which is what I think I would.
And I'll add, oftentimes the commission will ask, kind of through, the applicant or property owners that we can go back to the contractors, to ask for like a sketch or just something kind of further explaining some of the details that, the commission will be unclear on, which in this case is installation, so maybe seeing how the pipes are laid out, how things are hooked up. If they have any like cover product sheets for some of the general stuff, that's also helpful. They've previously asked for details behind your retaining wall to see how the drainage works, so.
If it was a clean application, we'd be asking what the type of river rock is, what's the liner made of, what's the piping made of? How's the electrical getting to it, those types of things, and that's what we're trying to check those boxes. So to the extent you can help us answer those questions, that's what we really.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's one of those, the more information that they have, the better that they can feel and understand.
Okay. So is there a motion to continue?
We got 2 minutes.
No, just keep it on again. Keep it on again. Okay. Since it wasn't benefit of it, yes, sir.
So, I will move to continue COA 25000768 for 852 Main Avenue.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, to be continued. To continue.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you,
Really
guys.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll reach out with a summary of all of the discussion, and if you'd like to be on next month, we've got a week submission period, the deadline's technically tomorrow, but we know you cannot turn around most materials within less than 24 hours, so we give applicants who are conceptual to a week from today.
Okay,
So, and I should get stuff hopefully within 5 business days to you, but the recording is available online as you were here too. So if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm gonna do my best to get things out in time.
Okay.
It's a longer agenda.
yeah, that's fine. All right, thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you can take a quick peek, but I don't think our applicant is here. And instead
You
of,
know which one it is?
it's 356 River Avenue. I believe Gary told me he's gonna be out of town. But do we need a quick break? Okay.
1013 Hunter.
Yep, that's not, that's easy.
Yes, that's number 14.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we've got 3 more applications,
It's close.
but thank you for your patience. All right, if you want to sit down, I'll read the staff report and then hand it over to Commissioner Conley to be sworn in. So this is application 14, that's 1013 Hunter Avenue. This is a conceptual application for the construction of a 19-foot by 9.8-inch by 20-foot non-3 addition on the eastern front elevation with an overall height of 24 feet 7.5 inches. Construct a 4-car garage with livable space above. New garage would measure approximately 44 feet by 45 feet. Materials will include black board batten smooth grain rubber siding, ideal door measuring approximately 16 feet by 8 feet for the garage door, a 216-inch by 96-inch opening, double tempered glass, black aluminum folding patio door, neon light up down wall lights, gooseneck lights, press line, weight aluminum clad windows with fine interior, master craft and internal flying steel light door. And to construct a brown bluestone thermal patio with an brown tile hot tub, install an animal on the deck of the original house, which is that west elevation. Commissioners at the business meeting requested HBO staff add the same board maps for this property. Staff has added a 1899 base map, a 1901 Sanborn map, a 1820 Sanborn map, and the 1922 and 1951 Sanborn maps of materials. The commission noted that the existing addition proposed addition double the size of the existing house and the carriage house would be taller than the existing house. These would likely not follow the guidelines, additional discussion into a public hearing. HBO staff has let the applicant know that they're in support of the NOL feature and the alteration of openings. This type of feature is typically seen along North High Street, and staff would recommend that materials such as food lists. Since this is conceptual, the commission should offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine the proposal for review at a future meeting, and no action will be taken on this. Basis first recommendation is City Code 3116.11, these stages of alteration, as well as City Code 3116.12, these stages of construction, and the Victorian Village guidelines regarding construction.
Can you say your name, get your sworn in, sir?
Eric Shout.
You agree to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Turn it over to you, sir.
Well, there was a lot there, wasn't there?
You know, yeah, definitely. We're here to help you, though, from that perspective, right? So.
I guess, first of all, what are our, like, the biggest concerns we have on your end? I mean, I guess I get,
For maybe I'll kind of flip it, I think your staff report outlines some very significant things, so those summaries. I think that.
So you want
Just like,
do we want to kind of go through and discuss like the addition versus the garage to kind of break it? Or what are we thinking?
So first, I would like you just to restate your specific question, your specific thoughts.
Well, we can do, like, if you want to do one at a time, that would be, I could try to address one at a time for you. I just, because there was so many, I just don't even know where to jump off on that.
Well, I mean, talk to us about what's inspiring you to do anything with the property and start there and kind of how you got to where you're at.
Kind of what you're thinking in
Yes.
terms of why.
Bring us up to speed.
Got you. Well, the original house is very small and chopped up on the inside, and so the owners want to do an addition onto it and make a, very nice outdoor entertainment area. And as far as the carriage house, they just kind of feel that they have, with the lot and a half, they want to do a substantial living space that somebody would actually want to live in. And with the 4-car garage, it'll eliminate all the parking on the street, which I think is great for the neighborhood. As far as I know one of the main concerns was the height issue, and that one's really easy to rectify. They'd originally drew that up with, I think, 9-foot something, 9'6" ceilings. And that one can be fixed really easy. We can shave, 8 inches off each one to keep it under the height of the existing structure. Family is from Columbus. It's going to be, their personal house. They have lots of family in and around the Columbus area, also from across the United States and around the world. They have people visit all the time, and they're just trying to make a nice space for their family. As far as the materials used, board and bat is a pretty common thing around the area. I think we actually included some of that, but there's multiple additions with garages, carriage houses with the same feature that we're kind of planning on doing. Yeah, that's right around the corner from that. I don't know exactly where that was taken. Shouldn't put the address on that, but that was right around the corner. So something to that effect. Which I think complements the brick really well if it's done right. The accordion door on the back of the house will technically not even be visible once the carriage house is built. So we're kind of hoping for a little leeway on that. We have a few other design options if we're really, if we, really are stagnant on that. It could be like I got a picture of it like a Victorian bump out. And with the, I think they'd really still like to keep the accordion door. We don't necessarily have to make it as big, but I think they really are they want to open that space up on the inside and really let a lot of light, and you just open this into the residence.
Has there been any consideration of, with the kind of major addition of fittings, keeping it focused on the backside of the house as opposed to the side?
As far as you mean, like putting it on the back as opposed to the side? Really, there was just more room to make it work with the patio design and the functionality of the carriage house to maintain like a certain amount of space on each yard.
I mean, that's, I think, the thing that jumps out to me is this foam lot. It's small, it's, I think, very, nice example on the street.
Oh, yeah.
Preserve foam, that anything, tacked on to the side, that it would really impact the integrity of that as a structure, from the public domain. I don't know if trying to add on to the back is, what kind of solution is there, but I would start there as opposed to the side. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, and given the size of the lot, the size of the home, there is opportunity in carriage house to increase space, inhabitable space and property.
And maybe, this, I think that's a great point. So if we could maybe touch on like this height scale, I mean, this position of that addition, I think it's a big moving. But we heard some comments on that, one, maybe it's to break some of these apart a little bit and get your consistent feedback for each one, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So it's gonna be just touch on that, just in terms of, maybe scale of the addition, this position of the addition as it relates to like, just any additional thoughts on that.
I think what we've seen in the images is that there's I don't know, a flat roof going up against a kind of a hip, and there's this cornice at the top of the addition that's not really doing anything harmoniously or compatibly with the existing roof line of the house. It's actually kind of in conflict, maybe. If there's a front view that we can pull up, I think it sort of speaks to it, in that you've got this flat roof, kind of with a faux cornice dying right into the hip roof. And I feel like even the fact that the facade is coming out farther than the primary facade of the house is problematic as well. From a compatibility and, the guidelines talk about a level of harmony between additions and an existing building. So I think like the windows are maybe starting to get there, although they're not quite lined up with this view. Maybe it's just a figure of perspective. But I think there wants to be a better relationship between the addition, which ought to be sort of subservient to the main house, and letting the front of the existing house remain the front in its current character. Which of course starts to push the addition backwards. So I think an improved roof line, and a sort of secondary front facade for the addition, the facade being a secondary element when compared to the main existing facade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to pick out where I want to go. I mean, I think you said it well, that the addition needs to be subservient to the existing structure. And I look at this and I'm like, all right, so we would be demoing an existing side porch, historic side porch, covering up, existing features of the building and then massing it in such a way that it's confusing as to what is the house and what it becomes, it's in front of the main house. It's just as large as the main house. And it's just, I'm really struggling with how this would be appropriate to, in terms of the guideline, or in terms of the code, the guidelines. I think that we brought up, there's opportunities to do additions to the back where we can certainly approve those, something where it's, you're doing your hardy board, it's lower, it kind of keeps with the same rhythm of the house. Especially around Victorian Village, the houses go deep, they don't go wide, right? So I think there's that. I think that's a good starting position.
Anything else you think, from a standpoint of feel like you got enough feedback on just maybe that component? I'm just trying to break it up a little bit, just then, so the addition itself of the house.
Yeah,
Things of that nature, which,
yeah, I mean, I do think that there is like room to modify the roof lines where we could tie that in to make it kind of look like, instead of having the flat roof there, maybe like getting that, maybe just redoing the roof system to tie it into where it does like go together. And then as far as, I mean, I think there's room to actually, maybe it was because of the windows, but if there was an opportunity to set it back or at least flush with the house. Oh, and by the way, the windows are, it's stated there, the windows are to be exactly like dead level with the rest of the windows. Cause I do get the concept of the keeping the main facade, but I mean, I feel like there's a way that we could do it to where it wouldn't be as hideous, because when you do look at the flat roof against the other roof, it does look a little odd. So would the roof line be kind of, and as far as like getting the house to kind of plane out, be more of a jumping off point that we might be able to work with?
I would explore possibly on the addition too, and maybe some space in the addition. The main house at the front.
The addition on the left.
The addition.
The addition.
You know, just might help resolve the roof lines. I don't want to play architects too much. It's hard not to, but I would consider a hip roof or some other sloped roof as something that would be more appropriate than flat roof that's proposed. It would be compatible with the context and the rest of the neighborhood, and more compatible with the existing house.
I think, for me, the location of the addition is gonna be a problem. Getting rid of a side porch, throwing this thing out even in front, even if it's set back, it's still too much.
Which side, what's the side porch that we're referring to?
There's like a little smoking porch on the side, which is typical for around here. So if you're looking at the page, it just says existing house, page 21 of the PDF. And it's the far right picture. Yeah, it's hard to see, but if you zoom in there, I don't know, yeah, the far right one. Yeah,
Oh, the little, yeah, that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm struggling to see.
So if we could get it moved behind that, that would be like way more ideal.
Or, you know, if it were adjacent to it somehow, or, you know, it didn't demolish it.
Right.
right.
It could go a long way.
Well, I think the challenge is as soon as you do that, you're gonna have the width to work with. Yeah, I mean, it's that, yeah, if you had unlimited width, yeah, that would be
Hot tub might
ideal.
need to
So
go.
that it shifts over enough where it almost feels like a second home, not trying to be an addition.
And you lose all of you would lose all the detail of all the roof line, all the box gutter, all of that, right? You got the chimneys there that become weird spot and, yeah, problematic.
Then, you know, the south elevation of the house, the kind of side elevation has, you know, window openings, a brick pathway. So it's not insignificant character. So it'd be kind of a shame to cover that all up.
One of the other items before it's just kind of touching base on the house, it's just, I think we wanted some opinion or some feedback on the opening, and I think it's more about the rear opening, being able to enlarge that versus, you know, adjusting the existing opening. That was mine on the staff between them, so, just any initial thoughts on the rear opening door and the opening.
With something like that, according to our like record addition, when it goes to the house.
The conversation will be open on every condition, I don't think it's the main house. I agree. And again, I'm not saying it's appropriate, I'm saying that the conversation was been having, just on this existing district.
I think we were pretty consistent just about manipulation of openings and things of that nature, so I think this is kind of consistent feedback, so I think being able to explore, you know, that on, I'm going to say the new construction aspect is probably beneficial, if that's a feature that the homeowner's looking, you know, to have that connectivity. Okay. Just gonna move on to, maybe just thinking about materiality, is there any just general concerns about materiality that's been proposed? I think it's supporting that, and I think that that overall composition, however it comes together, I'm sure the gentleman will continue to explore that, but is there any just kind of high level feedback that would help?
I think we'd be to see the other.
Yeah.
I mean, the options are kind of board, bat, and a brick, right? Trying to play those off each other.
Well, I think generally speaking, if we're working on an addition to this home, that it is very deliberately different material. I think trying to match with what we're doing at work now.
But, and clap burdens would probably be also more appropriate than board and bat.
Yeah.
Right. It's regular siding.
All right, so maybe switch to the carrot top, or is that?
Well, so like, I mean, I do have like a question though, because if we're,
Of course.
so if we're concerned about the addition being on the front, where is it more of the front or is it more of the smoking porch?
It's both.
Well, because I mean, to move it to the back, then we're completely modifying the opening that you won't let me modify for the accordion door. Because you won't even see that if we cover it up, so I don't know what the solution is, and if you're not wanting it on the side to do those windows, I kind of feel like we don't have, like, so where does I guess I'm trying to figure out where does the addition go?
I mean, from my perspective, if you have a very long horizontal glazed opening in a brick wall, that is a lot different than an addition that covers up interior conditions. Because that nano wall system is very linear, very horizontal, in a very different character than the remaining exterior features of the house. If there's a big, large interior opening that's created and then covered up by other construction, so it's not visible on the exterior, I don't see that as problematic because it's not changing the exterior appearance of the building. Other than there's an addition on it.
So theoretically,
Right.
with the additions, you could take off the addition to restore the original condition. Theoretically, because we do see a couple additions, like the windows that we had, 961 Highland. When they did the addition to the rear, they left one of the original windows on the interior. So theoretically, if they were to take that addition off, they could restore that original condition, which is kind of what the commission assumes is happening, and though that's not always necessarily a fact of reality.
It's tough because, right, I think our comments are relatable to elements. And I think we don't want to misguide you, right?
Right.
When you solve, I think, some of the primary, the opening condition, don't get so hung up on that perspective, you know? I think maybe think about the primary concerns relatable to the massing. And then once that may then trigger those other things. Like it's hard not to look at them. Well, it's hard to look at them individually right now because we're only responding to this thing, right? So,
I would note, the one thing you got going for you is you have no second story windows on the back, which opens up a lot more possibilities in terms of putting something on the back where now you don't have to deal with what, to Kimberly's point, if you had windows there and now you want to do something that's below the height of the second story, what do you do about those windows and how does that condition get rectified? This is kind of setting you up for maybe being able to put something off the back here without having some of those issues.
So the side's basically a no-go. But
We don't want to say no to something we haven't seen, but I think it's going to be a lot more challenging for sure.
again, it's like, we just don't want to limit you to that perspective. I think we're just trying to highlight some of the factors that may influence the future conversation. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And keeping in mind, what's visual with them, this is the back of the house versus the front of the house, versus the side, which is, I mean, it's a really classic look for the neighborhood with the way that those windows are and the narrowness and just how they all lay out. Covering that up would just, I don't think it does anybody a service to make that go away.
Feel comfortable with maybe shifting to the carriage house? Is that the right thing to do, or do you have enough feedback on the addition for the home?
I think so. I mean, yeah, for now, I can relay all that. I just don't foresee how we can do the addition on the back per se. If there's a way to do like, I would have to look at the exact. Well, so that wall actually stays. So like you said, if we were to term it in a way to where the addition could potentially be taken off and that wall with those windows is still there, is that something that's kind of more compatible as well, or?
You mean like covering up the side still, or?
Yeah, covering it, but then but leaving it to where, cause like if you look on the site plan, that wall is still there. So we don't necessarily have to like, you know, take those out and destroy all that. It is totally, years down the road, removable.
And I think to Sean's point, we don't want to steer you any which way overly specifically, like yeah, I mean, we're open to looking at it, but it's hard to kind of just conclude. The way I would put it is the less covering up of existing features that add to the architectural value of the home is the way to go. So if one option is you cover up a back door and a back window versus one you're covering up 4 windows or 6 windows, whatever the case may be, and the smoke
Demolishing the porch.
the porch, yeah, right? What is the way that you have the minimal impact on the main building and not even that such that it's just reversible, but such that it doesn't impact it at all? For the end product.
Yeah. Okay.
Then go ahead and switch to carriage. So just kind of maybe offer, I'm going to do it similarly. I'm just going to think about just overall general scale, size. So we just didn't talk about that, just scale, height, whatever, as it relates to carriage house and completely.
Well, I think, carriage houses are typically an accessory to the main house. As in an accessory dwelling unit, right, an ADU. And I think the key thing there is smaller in terms of footprint and height. Certainly the guidelines talk about accessory structures such as garages being smaller and complementary to the primary structure. So size of the proposed carriage houses seems to be quite unaligned with those guidelines, as it's bigger, right, in footprint, height.
The footprint is bigger, but the living space isn't because the whole bottom is garage. I mean, I do understand the concept of that, though, I do understand.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll just kind of like, so maybe just to try to help speed it up, and then we might be for all us, and then maybe just give you an opportunity to just respond. Because then that way you can respond.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's okay. We're just kind of thinking about it. And that way you can make sure that you get everything. We just want to make sure that we get everything out
Yeah.
for you to know. Anything else on just the overall, this kind of deal?
It's just way too big to be, compliant with the guidelines.
Well, sorry. I don't wanna-
That's fine, but yeah, there's plenty of other ways we can.
Yeah.
Do the detailing of things.
Well, yeah, architecturally, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's out of character of anything we would typically approve for a new build. We did this, we used the word suburban or suburban in style. Mass aside, right? It's got double hung windows. It's got, gable roofs, hip roofs, which would complement the primary structure. Just a lot of these features that don't quite fit within the code or guidelines.
With adjacent structures on that alley, and maybe there's some argument for the scale being a little bit bigger than what we would normally see there in side of the lot relative to overall coverage, but yeah, I agree. As people right now, it's too many characters.
Yeah, I think that's just the kind of the overall, it's just the massing, it's a lot larger, from this perspective. I mean, again, just giving consideration to, there's a giant four square, then we say, hey, we're just doing a car garage with 4-car garage and for when I just given primary home stature on the site, how can we maintain that sensitivity and that it is still the primary option on the site? I think it's critical for us. I think as you get into the architecture and so I know it's really helpful when you're dealing with a lot of program here as it relates to just being able to get it ready for an application. So I think some of the things that we is picking up on, as we're forward thinking about openings, and I think that same sensitivity you had on the front addition, thinking about, windows and that vertical orientation and all of those kind of things, how can you apply those, to make sense of the massing as you kind of move forward? And relate them back to some of those characteristics. I think that would be very helpful. I don't know about the second floor, kind of, deck component too as well. So it's just trying to understand, like, we just trying to do too much as it relates to connectivity to the backyard, whether it's a porch or whether it's a patio, and how you reduce those things and still kind of create this overall master plan that you're trying to support development for the ownership. Understandable, but those are just some high level things to just jump at.
And I would say, if you're still kind of interested in that kind of space, right? I mean, there are examples of that, but they typically will start looking more like stables or barns, right? And so if you see some of the behind some of the houses on Whale Park, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but in some of these alleys, you get some very substantial carriage alleys that are workable, but they just fit into that character to why they existed in the first place. Right?
And the only reason I say that, I think, is because we have to give context, not just to that accessory structure amongst the alley, but it's also the accessory structure as it relates to the primary home. Those homes are some very substantial homes in the neighborhood too. So there is that some compatibility of balance between those two, which I think that's what we're trying to, review this again.
Yeah, the carriage house too is just one gigantic rectangle. If there were jogs in the exterior wall or an L shape to it, like the primary building on site, I think there could be, avenues to improve there. But it's just so, sort of on its own in absence of any other features to the existing house or the rest of the neighborhood.
I think we touched on the items that you were.
Did you mention something about like the concern for materials on that right at the beginning? Or were we? Or is it just,
For the new construction, I don't think we have as much of a concern.
okay.
Staff took note.
Oh, yes.
So like windows, shingles, which may be what he did.
Okay.
Oh, there are, I think this probably is speaking to like new construction of a primary building. I mean, this thing is so large that, I think the guidelines call it brick when a building is being newly constructed. But this is in the back of a property. We wouldn't be opposed to brick, I don't think. Might help with compatibility. Most garages are kind of pre-block for siding materials. But it's an awfully, big thing as it's currently proposed, so brick may be appropriate as well. Especially if it's a way to break down mass into, sort of subparts or some articulation.
Yeah, it's like if you're going for a look that's two houses on a lot, right, that are looking similar, but as opposed to like instead of making it look like a garage or more of a stable or barn. I mean, it's an interesting way to possibly look at it, and you could do something different that we haven't quite seen, but I think that could.
I'm gonna note contextually,
Yeah.
staff will support that,
Yeah.
but if you're talking about like having two houses on a lot, you would take a jump, hop, and a skip over to Greenwood Avenue and Italian, because that Greenwood Avenue kind of functions a little bit more as an alley.
Yeah.
But like the opposite like side of the yards is, I think, Fourth Avenue.
It is.
So, but, Italian went through a series of, historically, they did have houses, like alley houses there, how they handled it, but I don't think we did that as much as Victorian.
There's a few places.
So we might have to explore some, what might be appropriate in context, kind of, things with that.
I mean, we need a variance at the minimum, but I'm saying, yeah, I don't want to close any doors. Right? Because, yeah, if you had a second house facing the alley and you're going to, but this is going to be a garage. You're going to garage doors, you're going to have things like that.
There are.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the alleys. I know one I walked in, but
I know there's at least one.
I think Hunter or Highland.
Well, like, Neil Avenue too, like they're like garage carriage houses in the back basically have different addresses than the main house. Is that something like that would be more compatible? And that just comes to like a zoning variance where we have to break it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I know that we've approved variance or recommended for approval variances when it's you're trying to get the front of the home on the alley. So.
But I would suspect any new carriage house needs variance.
Well, and certainly,
And especially with the dimensions shown on the site plan.
Right.
A big, large.
I guess
list.
yeah, I think we're supportive of the carriage house concept.
Right.
It's got to be right for this property, and I think there's a lot of pathways for that to happen. There's a lot of examples around the neighborhood of what.
Right. If that is an approved variance, is then the footprint still required to be not so massive? It has its own address, like.
I think it all.
It still lot coverage and stuff, all those things start to come into play, because they're still gonna evaluate the site, one site.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's not like it becomes two sites. So
I got
I think all of those things have to be kind of factored in.
Okay.
That give you what you wanted in terms of what you needed for the next step, but
Yeah.
that's all right, we were just kind of breaking it apart.
No, you're good.
To make sure.
The, right at the beginning, you mentioned something about the approved windows, the crest line. Was it the crest line or the?
I think it was the cross line that we haven't read.
Right, they're actually on your. Oh, it's way in the back. Right, so the Crestline Elite is basically the same window as your, I forget what it's called.
I think I have it in the message. It's on your approved list.
It's literally the same window, it's just substantially cheaper is why we were
Going for those ones.
So if it's not a manufacturing series that we have on the list, I still.
It's basically just, it's Menard's like, it's Menard's version of it. It's like the exact same window.
And you have that email from the notes.
I could probably get you something for that effect.
Can you just fly that, because I know there's been a couple instances that whatever manufacturer has a different series name for a window sold elsewhere. But just to note with the statement about cost, the commission doesn't take cost into consideration when the first.
Right.
So, just so you're aware.
And,
We don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but if it's something
it's,
that is a main thing
yeah.
that we would like to know about it.
it's the Menard's brand of the Weather Shield Prime 6 something. My printer cut off half my paper. But yeah, so yeah, I'll see if I can get that for the next go around.
Much appreciated.
Well, thank you, sir, really appreciate it.
All righty.
And thank you for your patience waiting here.
Oh, yeah. So, as far as moving forward, we just need to do I set that right now for the next meeting for the September, what is 10th, whatever?
So you have a week to submit.
Right.
A week from today to submit new materials.
Gotcha.
And that's updated designs and whatnot, since this is conceptual, you will need to put it in the new application.
Okay.
Just because conceptuals are kind of like a one kind of a one review thing. And so for, if you do multiple conceptuals, you have to put in new applications for all of them. And then once we get to the point, theoretically, of doing a application for action, that's also separate from conceptuals. But if, once you get stuff, if you have a question of, hey, how are you labeling this or moving forward with it, don't hesitate to ask.
Yeah. So new material application within 7 days and I'll be on the next docket.
Yes.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Application is complete.
All righty.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Right. I will need a break. As much as I know, actually, I would love to have it tomorrow, so we all probably need to.
4 hours, half hour, so.
You know, no, jinx us with a half an hour.
Get hungry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
I like how we say it's up. I mean, that's fair, because I know how long this is gonna be active. You can come and watch, yes.
I can be a cheering section. I'm gonna come on. There's no one out here for me to talk to.
Right, we're all ready?
We're good.
All right. First and foremost, thank you so much for your patience.
Oh, no problem.
Finally gets to you. So this is application number 215. G46 Collins Avenue. This application is to demolish the back porch deck, privacy fence, pergola, 26 feet of retaining wall on the west edge of the property, alter landscaping, including removal of a maple tree and Norwood spruce, and install 2 off-street parking spaces measuring approximately 23 feet deep by 24 feet wide, with 562 square feet paved with broom swept concrete, which would require a 26-inch curb cut and 2 utility shut off sliver to the proposed elevation, including creating a curb cut and altering the retaining wall. A new parking area would include the electric vehicle supply equipment and installation of new retaining walls. It would include blocks of the former wall as well as the first lot blocks. A 30-inch high retaining wall would be built on the north, east, and south of the parking area. The north retaining wall would be about 22 feet in length, with the west wall being 24 feet in length and the east wall being 12 feet in length. And as well as installing a 6-foot high privacy fence which would be set back 18 inches to allow for a planting bed between the fence and the retaining wall. The fence design would have a 4-foot solid wall and an 18-inch picket that has planting above. The back porch would be rebuilt to 5 feet wide by 14 feet long with a hip roof build and skirting. I've included the commissioner comments from the May 4th Victorian Village meeting. And commissioners at the business meeting noted that they had all the documentation, meaning the draft sure review. When the application is ready for action, then an arborist report would be needed and the applicant should consider replacement trees and elements within the plan. A close-up detail may be needed for the porch where the foundation wall and or retaining wall meet and how that condition would work. The commission should discuss how the proposed alteration meets the code 3116 and 15, the standards for site improvement, as well as the amendments to the city of Columbus architectural guidelines regarding curb cuts. Since this is conceptual, commissioners should offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine the proposal for review at a future meeting. No action will be taken. Basis for staff recommendation is city code 3116 and 13, the standards for site improvement, as well as city code 3116.11, the standards for alteration, the Victorian Village guidelines regarding fences and yards, and the amendments to the City of Columbus Architectural Review Commission guidelines regarding curb cuts.
Thank you, Kimberly. Can you state your name, sir, and get this sworn in?
Donald Bamrod?
Perfect. Do you agree to tell the truth, nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay. Go ahead, sir. I'll just turn it over to you. Is there any specific feedback? Just kind of state what you specifically want us to kind of chime in on. If it's beneficial for the conversation, we can break it down in certain components. Just want to make sure that we give you clarity today.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, commissioners. The materials I've submitted were follow-up to the initial meeting, the last round. So I revised the drawings to address the concerns as outlined by Kimberly. So the back porch predominantly was suggested that I address some of the details. Since the project was impacting what's remaining of the back porch is simply the deck without the roof. So I've revised the plan to include a complete reconstruction of the back porch. The porch was enlarged. The width was enlarged to 8 feet wide, and it's 18.5 feet wide. In this current plan that you have. Additionally, the foundation of the building where it was being exposed, where the retaining wall was butting against the corner, I elected to pull that retaining wall out and wrap it around in front of the foundation of the house. And then, so it's contiguous on 3 sides, basically. Privacy fence was eliminated from the plan except for one section. I continue to have this one section of privacy fence in the plan. I have an arborist report ready to go, and I've been in touch with building and zoning. And I've redrawn the site plan to include their requirements. So that plan you do not have in front of you, but that was recently completed. So this is still a conceptual review, and I'm trying to get my ducks in a row to get them resubmitted this week. And the plan currently has changed
a little bit. The property lines have been identified through a survey that pushed the property line along the alleyway there a little bit further back into the retaining wall. So the retaining wall actually sits in some of the street right of way. So the 18-foot length on the parking space, the minimum requirement, dictated that I needed to push that retaining wall back. In order to keep enough of the back porch, talked it over with my contractor that I'm considering. He suggested that the supports for the corners of the porch could be taken down through the retaining wall, so the retaining wall could be pushed back under the porch. And the design of that face of the retaining wall could be consistent with the lines of the porch coming down through it. The drawings you have, don't illustrate that either, but the new ones I'll be submitting will have that. What else has changed? So the treatment on the porch is Victorian style, roof lines, a hip roof, and columns. And because it's only 24 inches above grade, I was just thinking just the two narrower sides of the porch would have the more detailed balusters and railings. So I guess I'm just looking to get input from you guys if I've addressed most of the design concerns with the house, the impact that this is having on the design treatment of the house, what other kind of drawings you might need for the next decision. You know, I'll be asking you to make a decision on this project in the next round. So, yeah, I'd just like to see where the project stands with you guys at this point. And if there's anything else needed.
Awesome. There you go.
Going to ask, do you need to see the updated material that was in the village and make some more accurate comments?
I mean, I think that we could do that when we're going to vote on it.
Okay.
But I don't think it's any make or break.
Well, I didn't hear what you said.
I was asking them if we needed to see the updated materials in order to make more accurate comments.
For the changes you've made since you've submitted this.
Oh, I would have brought some drawings tonight, but I was told they consider new stuff.
Yeah, I think
Those are the things
minor.
that were- Yeah, the things that were talked about, I don't think that those are maybe huge variations to what we're seeing here. So I think it's beneficial probably to get some dialogue on the table. So even though, so
Can you come down? These are the contractor drawings, which aren't totally, maybe it's up above. But that porch design has changed. Or it's not consistent with what I was envisioning with the contractor's drawings.
I'm zoomed in on that bottom right 3D image, and what maybe initially strikes me there is, and these different components of the concept are kind of disjointed from each other. That you have, there's a porch element, you have the fence element, you have the wall and the parking area. Right,
Yeah.
that's relative to each other.
You're talking about this,
Yeah,
this piece right here?
3D.
Yeah, well, that 3D is based on that elevation stuff. So, the section of fence that's just out there on its own.
Yeah, it's just kind of out there on its own, and curious how that could somehow better relate to the porch element. So I felt like they were talking to each other, because they're like they almost, they're all on the same material and almost kind of want to relate somehow better. And the other thing is, just going to be a bit challenged with jamming, the amount of room, the the parking area is occupying. Have you considered a different material for that than concrete? You know,
Oh, you mean surface?
yeah, I mean, that were paver, you know, if it felt more like a carport or patio that you happen to be able to park on as opposed to a, what feels more like a driveway because it's concrete and it's very kind of utilitarian element.
I was hearing, thought I was hearing comments from building or zoning with the preferred concrete, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
They don't want gravel.
They're not gravel.
Gravel's not supportable.
Right, yeah, but certainly concrete would be better than it. What you're saying is that. it's
So
brick,
pavers
It's a
or,
brick or cobble or something that felt like it was this extended patio piece that when the cars aren't there, it feels like a pedestrian kind of space. As opposed to just feeling like a driveway that's jammed into the back of the house.
and there's the permeable pavers as well.
That would be, certainly be an option, yeah. Now, the detail of that, I think that probably needs to from building and zoning, but yes, I that would be.
So either of those, you,
I think that would help, that scale and that richness of material would help this condition.
and you feel better, if that section of fence were eliminated, maybe replaced with a picket fence or wrought iron or something? That might match the descending.
I don't know what the right solution is yet, I just, not there right now. I think maybe that's the case, that it's too similar to the porch, next to the porch, but not part of it.
The descending rails coming down, at least in this, I was envisioning as wrought iron, so if there's a wrought iron fence here, that would be the same material, sizing. Would that be something we would?
I was wondering if you, had any reaction to the staff report comments about curb cuts and when they're appropriate and when they're not. What's listed here in the review guidelines, I think might be at odds a little bit with the driveway. And even, you know, what's the pedestrian path of travel like? You know, is the driveway gonna be flush with the sidewalk so that it's easily navigated? Certainly you don't want any parking impeding the sidewalk, right? Because then it makes it harder for us to
There's
get
a-
up and down.
There's a plan, here with the street, the parking issue here is an ongoing issue with my neighbors. There's a lawsuit. City's come in and taken, I think there's one more drawing below that. It's, next one down. Yes, this is the arrangement, talking with, Amanda. What's her name? Parking person with the city.
I think of course, and yeah, sure, city staff.
Yeah.
In the Department of Transit.
So there's a lawsuit going on here. They've eliminated, these two spaces have been eliminated. This sign's new, all this has been eliminated from parking, so. People just generally don't walk down the sidewalk with the parking here because it's 2 feet wide, so. The alley doesn't get enough traffic. That people, when they're walking through this corridor, they're walking in the middle of the alleyway, they're not on the sidewalk. That's how people walk. In this area. But, yeah, working with the city parking, they've agreed to put these two signs back. Giving this driver the turning radius he needs and this garage as well. So the parking here works with the parking across the street in terms of the turning radiuses. The city parking, Amanda Ford is her name. She's agreed to this setup. And this is the way it'll be signed with or without, this going in.
Would it be possible for that information correspondence be added to the applicant's submission? Just so that we can,
Well, the
Record.
applicant will need to.
Right. so if you could include that in your application, the correspondence you've had, and just so that we can fully understand for, approval from maybe other city departments for any concerns that they have, I think that would help.
The emails we've had don't discuss a lot of the details. We had a on-site meeting.
Okay.
She brought two of her staff. And I showed her the parking plans.
So then we just have, the guidelines written down in front of us that a lot of it wouldn't support this condition. So it'd be nice for us to have
What are
the things that are noted, no on-street parking would be eliminated, and maybe there isn't any. I can't quite tell here if there's existing on-street parking where you're proposing the curb cut. Pedestrian flow is not impeded by a curb cut, so if the sidewalk is flush and easy for people to navigate on, then that would help alleviate that part of the design standard.
This section of Highland kind of serving more of an alley, I think that, I don't know if that's clear in terms of that designation of the primary street.
This is an alley.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't.
The dimensions are 17 feet between the curbs here, and then it's a 25 foot road.
Yeah, I think
That's an alleyway.
really trying to understand, well, what is the designation of this throughway? I'm gonna just call it right.
Right, yeah, it's the right way.
Right,
It's not necessarily a street.
Right.
I suppose.
Which one is it? Because I immediately, first of all, I was concerned because again, I read the staff report too as well, but was really trying to understand what the determination is there, see if there's a curb cut and that curb cut being over or not.
Even dimensions of the sidewalk, if we can dimension that the sidewalk is, 27 inches wide, therefore it's not something that's a typical pedestrian pathway, it's easier for us to support the curb cut.
Most throughways like that, don't have a sidewalk. I think it's interesting that that has any sidewalk and it's barely a usable sidewalk. So I agree with the initial concern, but I think this is maybe different.
Yeah, and I'm all for recognizing that this is a unique condition. It'd be just nice if the application had that evidence as clear as possible.
So
that when someone up the street says, those guys on Victorian Village let this curb cut go in, even though city code says it's not allowed, we can at least have something on the record to say why.
So it is in the city code, what part of the code?
So it's in the staff report, and I don't know if you shared this.
The staff report is emailed out with the updated agenda and it was also uploaded this afternoon to the,
So it's the amendments to City of Columbus Architectural Review Commission guidelines about curb cuts. Probably towards the end of the report,
yes.
if you want to check it out.
I think I did. Oh, I read something, but I didn't see it as a showstopper. Maybe, I don't know. I read we're talking about the same business. So your concern is the rationale behind the curb cut or
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things in the guidelines that say curb cuts like this shouldn't be permitted, but it's probably a citywide thing for streets. And so if we have on the application say that it's an alley and that it's a really narrow sidewalk and that there's pavers going in the driveway, we can at least support something that says, yes, this is a unique condition and it doesn't detract from the streetscape and no pedestrians will be, harmed by this curb cut because it's such a narrow sidewalk. So I think I would just prefer some further clarity. In the
as
application.
a write-up justification or?
I think it could be dimensions on the site plan drawing that we're looking at here. Certainly if we're including pavers in the driveway, that helps in the streetscape.
Building and zoning is going to review the site plan,
Sure.
because of because of parking
Sure.
surface. And part of what they were requesting was the dimensions of the alleyway, turning
Yeah.
movements, but it wasn't
Sharing additional conceptual photos up and down, patterns, I think will help all of us to truly understand the conditions, I mean, garage after garage after, I mean, it is a,
Yeah. I mean, it's an alley.
It's an alley with the name of an alley.
Right. Some of the alleys have names.
I just wasn't familiar, but that was one thing that jumped out at me and.
Sure. Yeah, and I do not know Highland Avenue as well as you guys do.
Yeah.
well, it's different and.
It's not, yeah, right. In some places it's different.
Correct, right, yeah, that's
Yeah.
I mean, the city has designations, right? I mean, that's the look upable. Sorry, but I mean, this is without even, I mean, it's cobbles, right? It might even.
that's brick.
It's an alley. So I guess, was there other, because I'm looking at the curb cuts, I guess I should go both ways. What were the other, like, I'm looking at these and I don't see any of these being super problematic, or what, I guess, what were the top? But being from an alley, I could get that as number one, I guess, but I guess the parking. So I guess, is that where you're proposing the driveway, is that a parking spot right now? Available on the alley?
The sign, let's see, all this on-street parking was eliminated to about a point here because this is the person that was complaining. So it's actually placed directly across from his property line. So on-street parking starts here and runs that direction.
So currently where those two vehicles are on the drawing, that is a no parking.
This is an all no parking sign. Yeah.
Okay.
From here to here, it's no parking, and from here.
But that's gonna be restored. You're gonna have parking added back in, it sounds like.
Yeah, and talking to Amanda Ford, her restoring these two spaces, I think she understands that if this application goes forward, she's agreeable to moving that 5 feet. The requirements by city code is 5 feet from the driveway, the new parking sign. So and I've got this as 10 feet, so it's actually would be reduced to 5 feet under after my discussion.
I think those are two, just for me, so the network location of the box, right? Right. So I think part of it is relocation of the sign, but then also the restoration of the missing, parking space. So once a parking space gets removed, specifically at the location of the curb cut, does it get shifted to some other location so it doesn't get lost, right? And so if we can check those boxes, I think it will just help us, kind of give me, my last comment is, I think I think Tim's observations at the beginning of just the sensitivities of, what does this space feel like? Is it a motor court, or is just that materiality and such of it, it's just given some, maybe, I'm going to say some really time spent on the materiality and then the intersection of all those components coming together, because there are a lot of elements that are coming together now, just based upon the depth, the interaction with the porch and the stairs and, those railing conditions and such. And so just as it continues to evolve, just that attention to the transitions and the materiality, I think it's going to what's going to be the difference that I'm thinking about it. So, that was just kind of generically my last comment as we move forward. I know we're not looking at the merits of your current drawings, so that was just more a general kind of statement when the revised drawings come in, that's all.
But it's not on the elevations, that's not a lot of change.
Okay.
I mean, one example that I noticed was that you got that basement window there with the window well.
Can you slide back to the elevation?
And you mentioned you're gonna put the retaining wall next to the foundation. I'm like, I was just trying to figure out how that's gonna work together, right? And that's, I think, it's not that we have to solve that at this moment, but those are the types of details that we want to make sure are handled, right? So like if you're the retaining wall now, I think you're supposed to put it flush with the foundation. right, along the backside of the house.
Yeah, go up to the north elevation above this one, right there. So this is the ceramic block
Yep.
foundation for the house, and then this would be the
So,
Versalock block. And I think the window actually comes down a little bit below, so
right,
the wall would have to, I'm not sure.
that's exactly why I'm asking, right?
But it would have to step down.
Right, so you have to figure out how, whatever that condition is, so either the wall has to push back, or, because there is a metal window well, in one of the pictures there, so. Again, not something we have to solve here, but as an example, of those are the kinds of details that can make, that we kind of want to make sure we
I'm
can.
not sure, yeah, I was just thinking that the block would have to be cut at the line of the window, and step down even at the bottom of that window.
Could be, yeah, like, yeah.
Otherwise, since it's butting up right next to the foundation. it would
Right,
sit Right in front of
right,
it.
so something has to happen, right? And
So I was just thinking the block would step down.
yeah, but knowing that and how that ends up looking and playing out, I think is important. And there's lots of
You mean-
little bits like that.
Those details drawn out, or?
I mean, for approval, yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing we're looking for.
Okay, are there other drawings or of details that you need?
Well, I think earlier it was said like the porch details, right? So we've got some general details about the columns. We typically want a cross section of what trims you're gonna use, on the columns of the porch. And the gutters and those kinds of things. We didn't spend enough time talking about those pieces, while we're here,
So
but
you need all the materials called out?
yeah, and yeah, for a porch like this, yes, we would see a typical cross section showing which moldings are used to, what those dimensions are and those types of things.
So shingles, gutters.
Jingles.
Depending, well, if we're using wood, details of how it's going to be dimensioned. So this is how it's going to be dimensioned, we probably just need some measurements on it, but if it was going to be a different style, or if it was going to look a little different, we need that updated. Because what we're approving needs to essentially be what it's going to look like in the end. So we need as accurate drawings as possible, as well as the commission needs to know, materials, cut product sheets, paint colors, if we're going to be doing any painting on, the porch. And then they've noted some of the transition areas, and they need a little bit more detail on understanding what's happening.
And just to be clear, I think right now we're at a conceptual level, right? So I just want to be sure, the application right now is a conceptual. And so the conceptual, what you have and what you've illustrated is absolutely perfect.
Right.
It's perfect, right? The application is appropriate from a standpoint of the material to be reviewed and such. So this, I think what we're talking about is as you continue through the process, in order for approval to happen, these are the things that we're going to be working for to help that, I'm going to say that approval of moving the application forward when it comes time for a formal vote on the application. That help from that perspective. I guess I would be, it would feel terrible if you tried to advance all those things for the conceptual conversation. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
So these details need to be provided and by next week.
If you want to be on the September agenda, if you need some more time, we understand, it's just, you're gonna have to meet the deadline for October. But you don't have to decide right
Do you think this porch requires, a lot of detail in it? I mean, these columns are probably basic 8-inch columns, the square part on the bottom.
Yeah, the treatment you show, I think, is appropriate, but it's just, we need to know what the dimensions are and those details, right? I mean, there's clearly different dimensioning here, and different, I don't know if they're square or if they're whatever they are, right?
or if they're textured, because you
Or
can
the
get some,
texture,
of the column.
and yeah, materials, I mean, well, yeah, what are these made of? Yeah, all of that, those kinds of details. Again, gutters is one that, like, or your putting gutters on the roof or on the porch and where it was drained. Those are all typical things that we ask for. So, you know, you don't have to go, it doesn't have to be, you know, overly crazy. And we're not looking to add detail to something that's not there. We're just looking to know what the details are. So that when it gets constructed, we can say, yes, this is what was approved and built as designed. Whereas here, you could say, well, no, that molding was supposed to be 5 inches, not 2 inches, and we don't know, right? Those types of.
Are you comfortable leaving this elevation, the porch open, without railings?
Yep. In fact, I don't know, I usually prefer that if we can, if it's low enough. The sides is where you're
As
gonna.
long as it meets code.
Right, no, but I mean, he said it was 2 feet, right? So, yeah.
Well, I'm just with the retaining wall.
Right, well, he's putting railings on the sides. So, yes, yes, as long as it meets code, yeah, generally the more open, the better.
So you want a detail of that basement window?
Well, it's any transition area like that where you're gonna have, because you don't want, what you don't want to do is have to figure it out when you started building and then we have a problem or something, get a workaround, right? Where we've seen like gas meters that get stuck behind stairways or something that don't, it's just like, this is not what you sent us and now it's this weird condition that doesn't make any sense and, you know, it's catching those now so you don't have the problem later that we're gonna have to try to figure out what to do with. So, to their point, you know, in terms of transitioning of materials, another great example, you mentioned using the porch columns and bringing that foundation all the way down into the retaining wall. How does that all work? How will that all look?
You go down, yeah, just a simple foundation line coming down here. Footer, whatever. It's a concrete pour, I don't know.
Right, so we would see concrete and then retaining wall, or how, right, what's the visual that would be there? Again, not.
But overall, it's.
Yeah, no, I think you're on.
Conceptual,
Yeah, I think you're on track here. It's just, we just need to make sure that we have the details we need when we vote for approval. So that we know exactly what we're gonna be getting at the end.
okay.
And for the record, I think you've done a great job of getting it as far as you have. I mean, you clearly listened to our feedback and, you know, I think it's a better product as a result. So hopefully, I know it's a slow process, but.
Well, I'll probably go ahead and eliminate this and replace it with broad iron railings, similar to what these would be. This would be a wood construction. The whole thing's pushed back a foot, so it sits directly under, the retaining wall sits directly under the porch. And I'll use the pavers. Yeah, the parking area.
And Kimberly can help you on what kind of materials and things we always look for, and give you kind of walk you through some of that.
Some of the most appropriate, what options you've seen.
Okay.
So.
And if there's any areas like the fence is the example where we're not quite sure what we want or what we want, or what the solution is, if you have options and you say, well, this is what it would be with wrought iron, this is what I'd be with wood, you know, pick one, you know, kind of a thing. That's another way to save yourself some time potentially down the road.
Okay. Okay, great.
Very helpful, sir.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. It's a late evening too as well, but thank you.
Yeah, you guys are, dedicated.
Thank you for waiting for us.
Okay, no problem. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Too.
Thank you. Good.
Ready for me?
Yes.
I have not been called yet. I've been coming.
Right, and I realized that.
Are you gonna put
I
up,
print it out, I don't have your staff report, I know I did it.
I had the staff report, I can pass it out.
You're more prepared than
I printed it.
No,
Here am I staff.
thank you, Jack. I didn't group it correctly, or it didn't print.
What on earth?
This is our file system.
This isn't what I sent you.
No.
Here we go. It's 2025,
Yes, August.
August.
And it does exist.
I know, there's a copy of it.
Going around.
Yeah. No, I still have to read it out for the record. So we are going to skip ahead to new business real quick. We'll circle back for the applications that have been no-shows. Because I would not like to hold up the one person who is here, but this application is for various addresses along Mill Avenue between Goodale and West Fifth Avenue. I believe there's some properties that extend outside Victorian Village, but for what's under our purview, Fifth Avenue is our urban limit. So this application is to install and maintain 7 benches, 17 planters, and 1 recycling receptacle at 16 sites along Mill Avenue. These sites stretch between Goodale and West 7th Avenue per the submitted descriptions, photos, and diagrams. Staff supports the planters and benches in these locations as they appear to be appropriate for the area and are temporary. Staff supports recommendation of the application as submitted. And this is a little bit different from what we typically see because we are offering a recommendation because this is in the right of way as opposed to an approval. So right of way holds some approval for these areas. And basis for staff recommendation is City Code 3116.11, the standards for alteration. City Code 3116.13, the standards for site improvements, Victorian Village guidelines regarding fences and yards.
Thank you. Thank you, Kimberly. Can you state your name, sir, get you sworn in?
My name is Jack Decker. I'm appearing as president of the Short North Civic Association, and I do ask the question, sir.
Do you tell the truth, nothing but the truth, sir?
I do swear.
Awesome. Thank you, Jack. Turn it over to you.
Well, I spent 18 years on your side of the table, so I do understand the importance of following the Historic Preservation Code and what you guys contribute to the stability of our neighborhood. However, in 1992, the predecessor organization of the Short North Civic Association, called the Victorian Village Society, either purchased or was donated a number of benches and planters when the Ameriflora exhibition shut down. Those have been in place up and down Neal Avenue ever since then. When I became president 2.5 years ago, I figured it must be okay because they've been there as long as I can remember. I was wrong. So we do not have the problem of trying to visualize what they look like. Along the way, by the way, this summer, we had a volunteer who helped us by replacing all the wood on the benches, which was badly deteriorated, with newly painted redwood, and he repainted the benches so they look all nice and spiffy now. But that is as good a the basic idea is to have a bench or planter or both near bus stops or near an intersection all up and down Neal Avenue. The planters used to be maintained by the Martha Walker Gardening Club. If any of you remember that, we now hire a contractor to take care of that every spring and then come by and water several times during the year so the plants are all healthy and look nice. And so there we are. I don't want to keep going on and anticipate your questions. It's a lot easier simply to answer them. So.
Any questions, Steve?
I'm not certain, chapter 904 requires us to get a permit and lease from the city for all of the benches, all the planters, and one recycling receptacle at Fourth and Neal. And it requires as a prerequisite that we have a certificate of appropriateness if we're in an historic preservation district. So, your authority to issue and like, you know, you guys issue a certificate if I were building a back porch. That's not my permit to build a back porch. I have to get a building permit. But your certificate is a prerequisite to the building permit. So I would think it would work the same way here, that you would issue a COA and that would not authorize these to be anywhere, but it would be a prerequisite to getting my permit from the people on the 5th floor of this building. That's why I think I need a certificate, but I will defer to you guys what you feel comfortable doing. If I have to come back, I have to come back. It's just not his new business.
You're only new business because you submitted stuff after the business meeting, with conversation.
I thought you were gonna wait till September.
You know, I thought about it, but in talking with the historic preservation officer and administrator, they were okay putting it on.
I'm very grateful.
Part
I'm very
of the
grateful.
anticipation that
I met a lot of new people out front now.
with the home tour is coming up, and that was some of the theorizing that like, oh, this was in preparation for what was upcoming.
Yeah, so, you know, we got a couple things going on. One of our benches was smashed up. It's now been rescued. We're gonna probably be able to reinstall it at 5th and High. We have one bench that's not attached to anything because the city unscrewed it. And then when they put in that's at First and Neal, when they put in the new signals, they put a manhole cover right under the bench. So it's sort of, they're loose and we may want to put it somewhere else. As I understand it from the historic preservation officer's review, you aren't really that you're concerned with more appearance than precise location to these objects.
I don't know, I just, for me, I'm a little bit of both. Because-
Okay.
And not necessarily as it relates to this, but I think I was going to ask a question, are there anticipated fixtures, some call them fixtures, that are going to be in different locations? And if those different locations create negative impact in terms of connectivity to someone's home or being able to get in and out, or is there anything like that that we should be looking at as it relates to this? It seems as though this is more just repair, but not relocation. Am I right in saying?
Well, yeah, and we already did the repair and we installed them, which wasn't approved, 32 years ago.
For sure.
But it is possible that Mr. Reiser upstairs and may identify some ADA issues with respect to bus stops. None of these are in the way of the sidewalk itself. A couple of these may make it difficult for someone to stay on the pavement if they're in a wheelchair and get to a bus stop. They've been there for a long time, but that doesn't make it right. And we may end up having to get a forklift and move some of these around. If we move them, we would either move them somewhere else on the pad or move it to a different similar location. We would not be moving it onto the sidewalk where it would interfere with anybody passing up and down the sidewalk. And generally, these are across the sidewalk from anyone's home entrance. So no, I don't anticipate a problem. But on the other hand, a couple of these could move. I don't pretend to be an ADA expert on bus stuff. I'm going to rely on the city to tell me what to do.
Do you Is there, do you intend to potentially pour any new pads or would you just,
No, we don't own any of this property and we don't have any business pouring concrete on it.
And I just sort of trying to figure out what the scope is going to be.
the other item would just be the materiality of the benches, right? So there's the sore thumb at the end of the packet here, which is the PVC bench.
You said one or two?
Or two of them maybe. Maybe it's a composite, but
There's one,
yeah.
At one or is it two?
I believe there's one of those, there's two pictures of it.
Yeah.
That is not part of our application because it's not our bench.
Is the planter part of the application?
The applicant, that's why it's there, because it's there for the planter.
Got it. So all the benches that are in your application are the iron with the wood.
Well,
That's correct.
That's not on the part of it.
Oh, is that on the other side of that?
No, that is south of London's.
This is south of Collins on, in front of Westminster Thurber.
Yep, gotcha. Yep, all right.
And that bench is in a different place every time we go by.
No,
Because you can pick it up with one hand.
yeah, so I think it's consistent, and I just want to make sure that we know what we're approving.
It's just not critical of this at all. Do you guys have information on the website or somewhere that people know this came from America? I mean,
That's a fun fact.
That is kind of cool.
Well, I had to do a lot of research to interview some of the old timers who who'd been active in the organization and could tell me where they came from.
Yeah.
Until the volunteer who worked on the benches said, look at the feet, it says Ameriflora.
Okay.
So yes, the benches do say Ameriflora on the feet. So Ameriflora apparently had it looks like cast iron, but it's actually cast aluminum. But we found someone who can weld together cast aluminum to restore the one that had been smashed to atoms. We may put plaques on them saying these were provided by the Shortner Civic Association, so people can shower us with gratitude and gifts as a result.
And just to be clear, they will all be secured, right?
I'm sorry.
They will be secured to the ground.
There's one that won't be secured to the ground if it remains where it is, and that's the one at First and High, because the city, I'm sure, wants to get to its manhole.
Right.
The rest of them are secured now, except the one at Fifth, which will be re-secured if it's reinstalled.
Okay.
And so I think we're gonna do a motion to recommend. Right, so
who are we recommending to?
I think we were,
It's
is it,
kind of like a very long, so.
Okay, so we're just.
So you're just recommending, and this was my directive per the preservation officer and our administrator in consultation with the city attorney.
But we're recommending
We're recommending an
approval of a what?
of the,
Is it the 904 lease application?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the next decision maker, so.
yeah.
okay.
it's shit done.
All right,
As long as they're happy, I'm happy.
To make sure.
I'm already that far, so.
Yeah,
all right.
or the application.
Yeah, so, motion on application, COA 2500846, for various locations along Neal Ave between Goodale and Fifth Avenue, to recommend the application for a 904 lease application as submitted.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recommended.
Thank you.
5 hours later, you got your recommendation.
4 hours, 38 minutes, and 16 seconds.
Now, we had a rule back when I was on the commission, if meetings lasted this long, you had pizza delivered.
On the city's cost.
No, the meeting's over.
Uh,
No, it isn't. It's not, but I'm running away.
good to see you.
Hey, thank you so much, everybody. It's great to be back here. It was hard to keep my mouth shut.
Thank you so much, Jack.
I wanted to jump right back into this.
Just pull a seat up to the table and be like, okay.
Maybe I could recommend reappointing me and watch myself get rejected. So you guys have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
We have to close out a couple of these.
Yes. So, yeah. 1, 10, and 13. And I'm assuming with how late it is, we probably are a little warm and we're just gonna continue. And for the sake of things, I'm not going to read staff reports into record. Because the absence, so for number 1, and I'm just gonna read this as 34 West Poplar Avenue. For the removal of existing French doors and installing the 3-panel lifestyle door of exterior color of the Hartford green. We do not have an applicant. Do I have a motion to continue the absence?
Motion to continue said application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is continued.
All right, and then application number 10 is 710 Neal Avenue. This request was to remove the plate roof and replace with asphalt shingles. The shingles would have either been inserted in T carriage house in stone gray or GA slate line English gray. And then replace any damaged wood on box gutters to match existing and paint replacement wood in the Benjamin Moore classic cream to match this thing. And we do not have an applicant. So do I have a motion to continue due to absence?
Motion to continue said application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Right, so the last application that we do not have an applicant for, and this applicant did tell me he wanted to make it, but I was hoping we might have a representative. Is number 13, which is 356 Wilbur Avenue. This is to remove and replace the existing storm windows and the windows with the Anderson E-Series double hung aluminum clad windows to match the previously approved windows at 358 Wilbur Avenue. And just to note, staff was not able to cite religious due to several conflicts, so this gives us some work to do. Do I have a motion to continue the absence?
Motion to continue said application.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to.
Yes.
Right.
Do I have a?
Second.
All right,
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
all right.
Sunglasses. I don't think I'm gonna need them.
Hold on, we are still on the record of live streaming.
Okay.
And now I just have to figure out how to.